Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, 26th of July 2023, and we're back to begin a new game again today. Having finished up what we were playing last week, we needed a couple new ones. I had a lot of fun playing Little Big Workshop, so I'm hoping that Good Company that we're starting today is going to be a bit similar. It's another game about producing things, production chains and stuff like that. I think slightly different. It does have a free play mode that looks like a sandbox that would probably be the same kind of thing, but it also has a campaign that's more about individual puzzle levels and solving the puzzle within each. As far as I've seen, it's another one of these games where I've put in a few hours, but not enough to really know whether I like the game or not. So time to give it another shot, a bit more time, and see how it goes. If it's a lot of fun, then we'll play the whole campaign through, and then we'll do one of these free play things and see if that's as fun as Little Big Workshop was. If it's a bit of fun, then we can just finish the campaign. If it's no fun at all, then we'll move on to something else, I guess. No big deal, but we'll give it a fair shot this time round. Let's get into the game and start up a fresh campaign, as I say, see what it's all about. After many years away, we're back in Good County, proud home of tinkerers and tycoons. Sounds good. Discovered that ruthless global corporations have brought the local industry to its knees. Sounds bad. Fellow citizens are in need of jobs and someone to offer them a brighter future. I guess that's what we're up to. Been hired to get the local economy back on track. Okay. Campaign has a few missions. Okay, kind of forks. Don't know what that's about, but okay. Some missions over that way, some missions over this way. A few other forks again in various different directions. That's quite a lot of missions. That's a lot of missions. Okay. We could be playing this for a while if it's fun enough. They appear to have different, like, 3 cups, I guess, so you're trying to get a gold medal in each or whatever. This is the first, returning home. Want to confirm meeting at her father's garage for the instructional program. Okay, a tutorial. Good. I've played before, but we'll definitely need to do the tutorial again. I do not remember at all what you're supposed to do or what all the buttons do, which is good. Our goals are earn 4,000 coins of some kind or currency of some kind. A G. Don't know what that is. Craft 10. I'm a bit confused. It says milestone 9, 10 and 11, not 1, 2 and 3. Don't know what that's about. 10 battery stacks per week. It's a little puzzle to solve, and 6 calcutrons per week. Okay. Continue, not new. Is there a... I guess continue is new in this context. Here we are. Let's do a tutorial. Ready to begin? Yes. Basic controls. Sure. Zoom, pan, move camera. We've played enough of these games to know that. Although they're currently not working, I guess. Okay, interesting. Gives you a tutorial on how to use the camera and doesn't let you use it. Bit weird. There is a manual with information. Hopefully we don't need it. Don't love it when the game doesn't just give you the information, you know, naturally. Okay, now we're freed up. We can zoom if our mouse wheel plays along. We can pan around. Lovely. I want to tell you a bit about yourself. Okay, do I not know myself? We have a character. I can see us. We're walking around. We can do the job that anyone else can, but don't need to be paid. Okay, that's helpful. You can do the production yourself. Sure. In free play and later on in the campaign, we get some traits that make us different, right? But not to begin with. That's nice. Traits can often complicate things. Here's me, Wormslayer of Worm Corp. Prepared a workplace for me. Assign a player here, or use the quick hire to assign a new employee. Well, we're free, I guess, so... Quick hire button, when you click the table, there's a button to do that. Or to assign an idle one, right. Human resources, F4 gets an overview of everyone. F4, so that's this button up here at the top, okay. F4 so opens that one, sure. Open the tinker table. Okay, quick hire someone. There we go, Drake Nemetz is here to work. So the item we want to craft in this location, we're going to make plastic cases. Oh, important to give them proper instructions or they just idle around, okay. I think we did what we're supposed to, can't we? Yep. Missing the plastic to make plastic cases, of course. Let's order some materials. So you've got a courier pallet in a delivery area. Add an item rule and buy. This tutorialization isn't particularly helpful. It's giving me a lot of information that I can't actually see. Like, I would rather be clicking the buttons it's telling me about as it tells me, not like pausing the game, putting this in my face and then trying to find it without remembering what it told me. Start of each day, stuff's brought in. They only replace what's been taken, so we're setting a stock holding amount. We click on here, add rule, like now it's doing what I wanted to. Buy plastic. Right, but I don't get to look at the other stuff it told me about, changing the number and so on. Okay. They've got the plastic, they can stand here and slap the table to make plastic cases. Effective. Good. Need a place to put the finished modules. Lots of options, but for now let's sell what we've made. Okay. Similar thing, courier pallet in a delivery area. Use the sell toggle on an item rule to sell things. Okay. Items are sold every month, so things are delivered every morning and sold every Monday. And it is currently Monday. Open the pallet. Add a rule. I guess you can't see that. Let's make sure you can see the screens. Got to try and remember my face covers. I mean, it's currently covering the objectives. I don't think there's a better spot for me though. No. A lot of information appears on the left in the game. I could move myself further down on the right. Let's try that. Where are we? Move my face down a little further. Let's try there. We'll see how that does. A bit out of the way. I don't know. We'll just keep an eye on what else I might be covering up down here. But now you can see the objectives that we're working on there as well. Add a rule for the plastic cases we're making, but change it to be a sell order. Going to sell them every Monday morning. Try selling one plastic case. Also sell the ones you might have in a personal inventory. Don't know what that means. There's a speed up time thing that'll get us through. Nice. I like speeding up time. But what was it saying about like restricting the storage order? Because we sell it here, they're going to deliver it here. And we're going to sell 100% of what's here. Can you... Oh, you can block off like this, add extra slots. Okay. Likewise, I assume we can increase the number here to buy more plastic in the morning. Sure. I'm sure eventually this will all make sense. But there we go. This is the... Right, so the reason those milestones earlier said 9, 10, 11 is because the tutorial is the first 8 steps. Fine. Time for us to start building products. We need to expand our module production a bit. Construction menu, you can buy equipment. And it needs to be accessible. This all makes total sense. We're going to, yeah, construction tinker table. The tinker table is not a great name, doesn't really tell me what it does. Basic materials and components, okay. On an empty space. I'm not sure how much space they need to like walk and stuff, but let's put them as close as possible and find out if that's a problem. If people can walk through each other, should be fine. Oh, yes, we paid for it, sure. Place another, we need a third. Let's have that one over this side. First product, we need an LED array and a single cell battery. Use the manual to look up any information we need. Okay. Hire employees, order materials, so on and so on. So this table, I guess we just need to make one of everything. That's why they've told us to buy 2 tables and given us 2 technologies. We're going to make single cell batteries. So hire someone in. Anna Coney Hugsworth. Make single cell batteries. We're going to need to buy chemicals. Okay. And over here, hire in Maxwell Moore. To make LED arrays, we're going to need to buy electronic parts. So here we add chemicals, add electronic parts, and the next morning they'll be delivered. Good. But there's nowhere to put them. Right. They've made it, but we've not given them somewhere. So we need to put it here as a battery and an LED array. But we don't want to sell them? I thought we were making something. It says craft them, so I guess for now we are selling them. That's what it said about the cases, so go for it. Objective is just to make 3 of each. Up there. There we go. Completed that step. Assembling products. Right, you put stuff together, it's worth more money, I guess, is the concept. So we've made 3 things of a value. If we put the 3 things together, it would be worth even more. Which we need an assembly table to do. So at least the name of that makes more sense. Similar to crafting, you assemble modules into a product. Times vary depending on what you're doing. Sure, seems self-evident. Construction assembly, handheld assembly table for small devices. If you want to assemble medium products, you need a better table. Okay. Don't think we need to worry about medium products yet. Let's make that. Open the bunker question marks by clicking on it. I think you mean the table. Yeah, okay. We're going to make a calculator, a good calc. We're going to need to hire a person to do that. Alison Rutten. Modules are available on the courier pallet. This mission is an item rule for our product. Right. So we go here, we say don't sell them. Instead add the calculator, which is sold automatically for some reason. Because it's a product, I guess. Don't know, weird. And it added 6, which I don't know if that was something I did or what. But whatever. It looks like they're not stacking up as much. Like you're stacking 250 electronic parts, the cases are stacking up, but the calculators are not, maybe? Don't know. Wait until we've assembled 3 calculators. Products are always at the end of a production line. Nothing left to do but sell them. Right, okay. You wouldn't buy them because they're not a base material and we build stuff, sure. Getting trophies and rewards to show recognition when we complete certain milestones. 1 trophy allows you to move to the next step on the career path. Sure, that's pretty standard progression in this kind of campaign, I guess, with all these lines linked together. Similar to, what am I thinking of? Like 2-point games, I guess. There's 3 trophies to get, but you only need the first one to progress on the story. Sentence if you want. Okay. So to get our first trophy, we just need to get 4,000 monies by selling stuff. Products are better, they make more money. Okay, so I can just sit here and wait. And we'll sell enough calculators, I'm guessing. But we can speed it up. Distance from the pallet's a bit of a interesting one. Can you, like, move a table? No button on the table screen. Is there a tool? Markers, construction, move. There we go. So can I move this? Looks like it. I assume at some point we'll get other storage options. Like there's not... Yeah, we haven't unlocked anything at the moment, even though it's a kind of free playing section.
This is CEO TV, your source for hot news.
voice
We've
acting.
just received surprising reports about a smart business move.
Sure. I guess voice acting is nice. We've completed that. Okay, so we can either go back and start the next level, or I think we should carry on. My preference in these things is if you don't need to come back later, like you can just do all three now, then let's do all three now. Good. Stay and get more trophies. Yep, I have understood this whole thing. Cool, so if we want to get the next trophy, just thinking I'm a bit, I might fiddle with the camera location for the next stream. We'll deal with it for today. Scale up production a bit and produce a new product. So we don't need to make calculators anymore. We're going to make battery stacks. Need to reach a certain output in a certain time frame, but there's no limits or anything, right? But I don't have to do this within a year or anything. Craft 10 battery stacks a week. Add a sell order for battery stacks, so sell them. Sure, what else would we do? Set up and start 3 tinker tables for battery stack production. So the battery stack is not assembled. No. Right, interesting. Interesting. We've also unlocked a plant that makes people happy. Work zone happiness plus 1.3%. Don't know what happiness does, so I guess we'll have to wait for a tutorial to teach us that. There's no happiness thing on this person's profile, so yeah, guess we'll find out later what good plants are. Construct tinker tables. 1, 2, 3, probably more needed. So the battery stack is made using plastic and chemicals. Oh, I thought it would be made using the batteries. I see, it's a whole different thing. So I could just leave my guys doing what they're doing because they're making money, and money is good. So we could leave them making calculators and bring new people in to do this. Sure. Still haven't used myself to make stuff. I'm not sure. Obviously clicking quick hire is pretty easy. In this case, can I say an idle one and I'll pick me because I am idle. It says I cost 4 Gs per day, but I'm pretty sure the tutorial said I don't. But okay, whatever. Let's add battery stack and sell it, even though it's an intermediate thing, because that will tick out optional objectives, which I'm not sure if we need to do them. There might be an achievement, I guess, for doing all optionals, so we should do them if we can, why not? So far, game's a bit busy, UI's a bit busy, but we're producing stuff, and that is fun and rewarding. One last thing to do, prepare a new blueprint. But for this one, you'll need to change your production. I have loads of room we can use in the pallet, right? Yeah, there's a limited space in there, sure, we've seen that. Increase your production output, you may need more slots. So, right, you might need more plastic bought in, which you can increase. We saw that earlier. It's possible to reserve slots or items while something else is still there. Okay, and then it'll get sorted out, or needs to be sorted out, I see. We're going to assemble 6 calcutrons per week. Optional. Stop the good calc production. There you go. Done that. Have 2 assembly tables for calcutrons. So there's one. Who knows where a good spot is, but let's go with there for now. Calcutron. Ah, but you need a person. Don't forget to do that. Candice can come help. Remove the sell order for good calc. Sure, because we're not making them anymore. It's just taking up space blocked in there. And a sell order for calcutrons. Better type of calculator, I guess. Fine. What do we need to make a calcutron? LED, battery stack and plastic case, which we are making. Does just mean that our production of single cell batteries is irrelevant. So let's change you to plastic cases. There's no... Well, Q doesn't pipette. I don't know what Q does. It seems to hire a person. So Q is not the shortcut I'm used to. Neither is pressing the one button to slow time down. You have to get used to what the buttons do, you know. I was just thinking we'd get an extra table to make more LED arrays to speed the whole thing up. I'm not sure it's really needed, as I seem to have won the mission. Rick Takeda, Communications Officer at the FBI, is just here to say hello. Sure. We're a true tinkerer now. Nice. Okay, job done then. But we only get the the little pop-up news report when we get the first a trophy on the level. The other two you just do, and a bit unclear, I guess. There's some little bits here. We've unlocked a thing. We've completed Tinkerer 3, sure. So news appears down bottom right. Don't think I'm blocking that. No, it looks good. Okay, all milestones reached. There's nothing else to do here. Then we move on to Charlie's Circuits. Spoke with our father earlier. He said we can use his old company grounds to cover the basics of work zone, so it's still tutorializing. Okay. That wasn't the full tutorial. We've got more to learn. Manage your logistics and earn some bucks. We need to get 10 grand. Need to make 15 wooden cases a week. We need to sell 50 pocket advisors. Go for it. So the deal is we've got multiple buildings here, I guess, is what we're learning about. The initiative of employees can be quite limited and need clear instructions. Very realistic. Very much. One of the tools we have for instructing are work zones. By default, every building contains a single work zone, but you can edit as you like. Okay. Not sure why we would yet, but I'm sure we're getting there. Useful to structure company and keep production and logistics separate. Can only place equipment within work zones. And work zones can only exist inside of buildings. Okay. By default, each building has one. Can draw new zones, expand or erase, and you can name and colour them. Right, but we do need to learn why. Work zones are the next thing after construction. You can erase part of a zone. Okay. Equipment cannot be built outside a zone, so we need to have a zone. Sure. And you can extend like that. Sure. You can name and like it. Fine. You're showing me all the tools, but playing around with it's a bit irrelevant when I don't know what it does. So let's move on and learn. Okay, we're not playing around anymore. We're missing a delivery area in our main building, which contains Zone B. That's here, but there's a small delivery building nearby. Zone A contains the delivery area. So can we not just put the delivery area by this door? Is that... I guess it defeats the purpose of teaching us what's going on here, but still. Sure. Delivery area is not a zone, also not the name of a zone. It's to mark a space in a building where you can put pallets. Connect both buildings via courier routes, so we can purchase materials in the delivery area or in this building and craft them in this building. But like, why would we do that? I guess it's... the map is set up to force you to do it, I guess, is the deal. Let's make a courier pallet. We need one in each area, so one in the delivery area, one in this building. I guess by the door is most efficient. Place orders for plastic, metal, chemicals and electronic parts. Plastic, metal, chemical, electronic parts. Add an item rule for all those in Zone B. Plastic, metal, chemical, electronic parts. Okay, but I clicked buttons, but I didn't know what I was doing in that second. I'd like to look at that some more. Use courier routes to move items between pallets in different work zones. You have to employ couriers to do the moving. Create routes in the courier routes panel. This all makes sense, but I'm Still like to kind of know why. So here it is set to logistics only, which was an option on other pallets. I guess we can't purchase here because it's not in a delivery area. And we also can't sell because it's not in a delivery area. So when you build the pallet in the delivery area, that's what opens those options up. Okay, it's coming together in the head. Here in the routes, we need to create a new route. Give us a little mini map. Add a pallet to the route. Add the other pallet to the route. Sure. Each route can handle up to 6 items. Okay, remember that. 6 items. You can unload or pick up. You can also assign an amount. So is it 6 item types, but how many of each? Or is it 6 slots, which could be 1 item 6 times? Don't know. We'll find out. Let's not worry about that. We'll work it out in due course. So the minimum storage determines how much remains on the pallet afterwards. Right. Add the 4 base materials. Electronic parts, there we go. So yeah, what if you... don't know, still don't quite get that. Can they carry an infinite amount? Pick up in zone A, yeah. They have to be dropped off in zone B. Sure. Then hire a person to do it. It says they're free, but I don't know if that's for the tutorial or in general. Are couriers free of charge? That would be a bit weird. I can assume not. Here's the numbers involved then. So this says... so this button is what is left behind. This says always leave 10 behind. Take up to 100 but leave 10 behind, I guess. Take up to 97. Yeah, okay. And it can't go over a stack. So if you wanted more than 1 full stack, you'd have to add the second. So it isn't 6 different items, it's 6 item slots are available. Fine. Let's hire Ognina Horvat. Close the panel and observe the courier at work. There they are. Delivery comes in. They're going back and forth, but they didn't carry anything. Why? Did I limit it somehow? I guess. No, there they go. The delivery just came in a second late, I guess. They take them, they bring them over. But they didn't unload them, so why did they pick them up? This, okay, it's grayed out, but I can change it. Oh, we're not taking anything away, so it's not being used. So what's the first number? How much to store on this pallet? But then what does that number mean? That's not how much to store there, it's how much to take. I'm still quite confused. We're going to have to just see it in action, and it might just be a bit clunky to begin with. I don't understand why they've put stuff onto their trolley if nothing's needed either side. Yeah. Or the exact... oh, this is the setting, isn't it? If I up this, then they'll unload the extra. Right. I get it. I get it. We're setting on the pallet what is stored there, and then on the route what they take. So this number's irrelevant because we're not actually taking anything from that location, I think. And they're always going to take... they just won't unload unless they... right, okay. It's coming together slowly. Okay. Do some advanced crafting. Sounds good. Components are intermediate materials crafted from base materials and sometimes other components. You could do with not having that uncertainty in the naming convention. The component is made from base materials, full stop, and then there's another name for something that's made from components and base materials. Perhaps. Not all modules are crafted from base, some require components, sure. So the module is... the naming convention I haven't quite got my head around yet. I don't know what a module means. Components are more advanced crafting materials. So module is made of components and sometimes base materials. You can sell components. It's better to make a module with them. Components have a green background, but okay, what does that matter? Components are made from base materials, or components are also... It's a bit unclear. Okay. I'm sure it doesn't matter, but, you know, helps me organise what we're trying to do if I can understand the words being used. At the moment I don't understand the words or the colouring conventions being used. We have some space here so we could make a tinker table that makes circuit boards. I'll come work here, we'll make circuit boards, so it's green because it's a component. It's also a module according to that description. The module is just the name for anything you make. Anything that isn't a base material, perhaps? Then here we have, like, yeah, power supply, circuit, display case, and component. I don't understand the difference between component, like a plastic case and a circuit board. What's the difference? This is made by plastic, this is made with plastic and metal. Why are they coloured different? I don't... Okay. Maybe over time, play more of the game, it'll come to make sense. At the moment, I'm just confused. This mission... completely. In any case, let's make some. Right, here's a checklist of things to do to get up and running. To make... what are we trying to make? Nothing. We're making circuit boards successfully, there's nothing wrong with that. But they also now want us to make other stuff as well, for some reason that they haven't told us. Okay. Let's just set some stuff up and see how it goes. We want just one of everything. There we go. Lumo, don't know who Lumo is, first time. Like, this is Wormbot. I made Wormbot. So I don't know why we're called Lumo, we should be called Wormbot. Oh well. We should use shelving, apparently. So they don't have to carry stuff. So who... okay. Put a shelf right next door, then they don't have to move and it speeds up the production. They'll take stuff off it, put stuff on it, I guess. Rules are applied automatically based on location and nearby production. Interesting. Automatically. Right, corner shelving. It's recommending? No, it's telling me to put them there, but my layout's going to make a mess of that, so that would not be a good idea. Let me create some extra space for them to work in. I guess if they don't need to get to the pallet so quick, it doesn't particularly matter. There we go. So this has said it needs electronics and it's going to make LED arrays because it's the closest to this tinker table. And I guess if we didn't have this one, it's just working out nearest shelf to nearest bench. It's clever. It's kind of very clever and nice. Looks like we can change the rules though, but they are set up automatically as well. Crafters organise shelves themselves if there's enough slots in nearby shelves. So yeah, now we need a logistics worker to take the stuff to the shelf and from the shelf. Efficient work zones use logistics employees to carry items around so people don't have to. Makes a lot of sense. Use quick hire in the work zone. Work zone mode. Logistics employees, quick hire. There we go. Okay, Lumo's going to come work for us, but they've kind of already has been. Sure. They've unlocked another building for us over here. Transport all modules to the pallet here. Hire a logistics worker and an employee who will work at the assembly table. Right. So, quick hire someone there. Go to work zone mode. C. Hire someone there. Go to routes mode, create a new route from B to C and bring everything we're making. I don't know about the other one. Where was it? Circuit boards. I guess we're going to need them. No, apparently not. Pick up those 4 bits we're making, unload them here. So why are we making circuit boards? I'm a bit lost on that. Never mind. I've added the rules here. Don't remember doing that. Is that automatic because I did the route? I guess so. Not that route. We just need to hire someone to take it. There we go. Good. Production employees won't always make the right assumptions. You can see a problem with the shelves here. At this table, the employee would put the finished products in the same shelf they take materials from. Okay, is that a bad thing? You can manually override stuff. Right. So here, you define the input as being that one and the output as being that one. It's nice to... might just always do that, even if it's unnecessary, just to be clear with myself. Setting exactly what the input and output should be. We have access to work zone mode. Can hover over shelf icons and click them and see the flow between equipment. Sure. Not that one, sorry. The work zone mode is there. You have to click on the zone you want to look at, and then you can see little lines saying... don't know exactly what they're saying, but the Tinker table takes its resources from that shelf and puts the finished thing back and so on. This one's using that shelf because it's the closest shelf, makes sense. And it doesn't seem to be needed at the moment. See how it goes. Okay. Work zone mode pauses time, which is interesting to note. Then over here, what's the problem? I've unloaded the 4 different materials here in the pallet. We have a logistics employee. We haven't set up the actual recipe. There we go. Our actual objectives, which... why don't we work on them? Earn the money, sure. Set a sell order. We're in a delivery area in C, which is interesting. They didn't ask us to loop it back round to our original. So I can sell personal assistance from here. Done. Set sell orders for the other modules as well, which we could do here, right? If I switch them to sell order mode. But maybe we don't sell all of them? Or what was the way of forcing it to hold a specific amount? I guess that's through this. I don't know. So 25% of a slot will be stored, and then beyond that they're sold off. I think that makes most sense because we're using them as well. Then add a new assembly table, doing the same thing. So we do that, get ourselves... corner shelf is just strictly better than normal shelf, right? Because of the access directions, from the looks of it. Personal assistant, force the input there and output there, and hire someone to do it. Don't forget that stage. Good. Done all the optionals, just need to make a bunch of money. Could do with tidying this up perhaps. Let me get this guy turned around. Let's get him his own shelf. Don't quite get what it's on about like needing 2 different shelves, not putting the output on the input shelf, because here they are. Does it matter? I guess money's not really an issue, so we could have 2 shelves everywhere. It doesn't bother us. The logistics employee's doing all the work, so go around each one and just make sure inputs and outputs are different. Don't understand the need, but it did recommend it, so why don't we? There we go. Only we haven't earned any money yet. Was that just because I'm spending it? It's not necessarily 10,000 in revenue, but it wants us to take 10,000 in profit. There are stuff there, so it's about to be Monday, which is when things get sold. There we go, made 4 grand on that, sure. It said 3,800, but we've got 3,100 of progress. I'm not sure what the deal is there, but we're making money, we're progressing the whole deal. That's fine. I'd kind of like to scale up, although I guess I should wait and see what the next objective is after the first, because I can't remember it, and it may be don't scale up or do something entirely different, so we'll let's hold fire on that. Speed time up, I guess. See if we can make enough personal assistance to hit 10 grand next Monday. So far, game's a bit complicated. Or it's giving us lots of complicated stuff and no real context, I guess. The tutorialization, it's been spread out over 2 missions. It probably could have been spread out over more. Teaches these things at a different pace. I might have grabbed them better. But we'll see. But putting them into action multiple times will probably get them drilled into my head soon enough. if we keep going. How did we do? Almost there. Next Monday we're sure to do it. It's quite quick. It's quick enough. We're in a situation like this, it could do with like a super fast forward mode because we're not doing anything. It seems to spin around the days good enough. It's the weekend again. Everyone's still here working, just like in Little Big Workshop. 24-hour work days and no rest at all. It's even worse for these guys.
CEO TV, voice of the industry. This story proves the importance of motivated employees.
Sure, if you say so.
Why am I wearing this? I hate this pink shirt.
Oh, I think it's quite a nice pink shirt. I kind of like it. Oh well. We've got that. So next stage is to make a bunch of wooden cases. Yeah, which... Right. Is not related to what we're currently doing. But the one after to make 50 pocket advisors is. So, bit weird. Probably leaving the room and not filling it with stuff was a good idea. Just saw us on the news. Sure. One thing about the news, and I wonder if there is an audio option to turn his voice down. Doesn't look like it. Just all noise, which the rest of the noise is fine. It's just his voice is a bit loud on the TV there. Oh well. Should be okay for you guys. There's a limiter on, so you won't get him as loud as I did. Oh well. What's the next lesson then? About product design. Interesting. What are we up to then? A nice design for these pocket computers, but how do we try something completely unrelated and different? Sure, that's logical. That makes sense. When you've got a production site for making one thing, why don't you start making something completely unrelated? Great business advice. What are we doing then? We're crafting 15 wooden cases per week. Buy wood, create 3 wooden cases. This is all simple enough. Seemingly. Let's, I don't know. Well, I'm in a different spot, but not in the middle of nowhere. Let's put them along here. Let's get their shelving set up. 2 shelves each seems like overkill, but I don't know, whatever. You are making wooden case. Input here, output there. And hire a person. Input here, output there, wooden case, hire a person. Input here, output there, wooden case, hire a person. Over here where we buy stuff, we add wood. And on our courier route, which could do with renaming, so this is A, B. Add wood, load, unload. Job done. On this pallet, I'm going to have a second stack of wood permitted. And wooden cases for logistical purposes. Yeah. Fine. And then over here we want to add wooden cases for selling. Why is it a missing supply? That's fine, they're not coming in. So when we add the personal assistant, it gives us 6 stacks to sell them in. When we add the wooden case, it does 1. Don't understand the distinction there. I guess personal assistants don't stack and wooden cases do, perhaps? Because the wooden case is a module, not a product. Those words are making a little sense to me now. Modules go into products. We seem to have accidentally made enough without me even seeing any. We just made a bunch and stacked them up, I guess, but I haven't finished what I wanted, which is taking route B, C, add wooden case, load here, unload there, so that we can actually sell them off and make the money from them. Or perhaps we shouldn't be, because of whatever comes for the next one. So that, hang on, got a bunch of stuff. We've unlocked another decoration, I guess, for finishing the mission. Fine. We still haven't been told what they do, what their purpose is. Anyway, we made enough wooden cases, sure. Another blueprint. Still haven't learned about product design. We said this was about product design, but it just made us make a bunch of cases. I don't get it. What's going on? Make 50 pocket advisors and call it a day. Are we? That's what we're already making. No, we're making personal assistant. Right. Pocket advisor is a similar thing, but it goes in a wooden case instead of a plastic case. Everything else is the same. Right. So, switch these guys over to pocket advisors. Change the rule here. Not sure what happened there. Wooden case to 75%. Plastic case. Just sell all of them now. Because why stop the production when we can just leave it and make a little bit of profit without messing things around? I guess. These we want to get to Monday, sell them, and then remove the order. But I do want to add pocket advisors with a sell order of 4. All of them, yeah. Okay, get me to Monday. It's Sunday, one more day. There we go. Sold all them so I can get rid of that order, and that'll free up a bit of space if that matters, which it shouldn't. Other optional objective here, expand module production to 12 tables. So module means not a finished product. Also, this is the last thing, and I still don't understand what this has got to do with product design. Whatever. Module is what we're doing in this room. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tables. So you want to fit 4 more tables in this room. Let's get stuff reorganized. Need to leave a gap. Let's leave a too wide gap so people can move better. If that matters. Making them. Might end up rearranging this again. Probably. Room isn't a nice shape. Yeah, let's juggle things around a little different. Move you guys up to the wall. The logistics employee should mean it doesn't really matter the distance on all this, as long as they're quick enough, or you have enough of them. Also, this person is so overly efficient at transporting, we could put the pallet elsewhere quite easily. Might be better to have it closer to this door, but, you know, whatever. What's involved in this? The electronic circuits we made at the beginning of the mission to learn what a component is are irrelevant. Yeah, and are not needed. So that, again, why? This mission is really, really disorganized, not making a lot of sense to me. But whatever. Let's switch you over to, what are the things we need? Simple circuit or LED array or battery stack. Okay, simple circuit. Into the corner with an extra shelf. Input and output. And I'll stay there. The simple circuits from up here. Wrong button. Move you down here as well. That. Can I then have another without blocking the door entirely? Looks like it. You are going to make simple circuit, add a person, input there, output there. Okay. And then... oh, it looks like that person could interact with the pallet from the side, so the little icon at the front with the symbol isn't relevant. Or maybe it's only relevant to the people with the trolleys. That might make sense. Sure. You are making LED arrays, so let's just move you here. And then build me 2 more. All the shelves in the world. LED array. Are you in? Just make sure input and out are on different shelves. Same deal. In and out. Hire a person, make LED arrays. Let's switch you from plastic case that we're not actually using to battery stack. And add in 1 more of you guys. Input, output, battery stacks, hire a person to do it. Good. They could probably share a bit. Like, we've currently got our guys working on the bench not moving at all, which is very quick for building stuff, I guess. They could probably move a bit to 1 output shared shelf or something in the middle of the 3, or... I don't know. We can play around with that in the future, I guess. You... who are you and what are you up to? Well, I'm paying you 8 a day to work at table 9 to make simple circuits, but you can't because... oh, my bad. Simple circuits are made from circuit boards, which we stopped making because I didn't understand what they were for, and now I do understand what they're for. We're gonna have to, yeah, get clever with this. How about... or just, you know, make a mess with it, not necessarily get clever. This shelf is accessible from both sides, so if you do that, and then that, not sure, this will be interesting. Input from the middle one, output to your side one. Same here. Make your circuit boards. So a circuit board is made from metal and plastic, and then the simple circuit made from 2 of them. So components make modules. No, components are a type of module that makes other modules. Green backgrounds go into purple backgrounds. Purple backgrounds go into purple backgrounds. A slightly different shade of purple background. Okay. We'll work it out eventually, I guess. What's the, like, ratio here? Can we see that? 10 plastic and 2 metal in 1 day makes a circuit board? Sure. Simple circuit takes 2 circuit boards in 1 day, so I need twice as many making this as I do this, so I've scaled up in all the wrong directions. Let's just swap you over to circuit boards then. And one of the other guys, because they're... I don't know, are the ratios off? Let's check actually. This makes 1 per day, this makes 1 per day, if we're getting the materials in quick enough. 1 per day. this consumes. How do I... don't know. So when I hover over this recipe, it tells me how it works, but if I hover over this recipe, it doesn't. Is this the information then? Every one of each, every 1.8 days. That's helpful. Couldn't be a round number. So one bench here needs half a bench here. So the 2 benches could be fed by 1 bench of each. So I've really overdone it, yeah. We can swap you to make boards as well, which is inconsistent, but we'll be leaving this mission soon. What? Oh, okay, I've not done that objective. Expand module. Huh? Expand module production to 12 tables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tables. I'm very confused. Also, this is blinking at me. Because there's no plastic cases in existence, that's fine. Don't really care. There we go. We can also remove it from here, I guess. There we go. I'm confused. Very confused by this. I think it means expand production of modules that are not components. To 12 tables, which is big time overkill. What am I doing then? Change that back to wooden case. Change that back to simple circuit, and then make a bunch more, or just whatever. The box is ticked. Let's just leave it. Maybe these guys are fine. If we got more circuit boards made, we could have another assembly table here. Another 2. Another 4 assembly tables here. So let's do 2 more. Although the materials aren't here. No, it doesn't seem right, does it? Because the materials are not here. Are they... I mean, some are on the shelf, so maybe it's just building buffers up. But not many. Don't know, something doesn't quite seem right about it. That's not quite the right... There we go. So we do corner 1 there, and small shelf here. The worker on the second table needs to walk a little bit, but they can share it. Input on the corner, output on the straight. Maybe. See how that goes. So increase that storage a bit just in case we do start making it too quick. Which I doubt is going to happen, but just in case. Also, is there a controls menu? Controls. Is there a button for pipette? There's a button down here, Q, which it doesn't have a description of what it does. That's great. Markers is assigned to Alpha 4, whatever that is. Alpha 4. It's just a number 4, right? The game's nicely polished, but some elements just weirdly incomplete or bad. It's unusual. Jarring. Just ignore them, I guess. I do not see an option to, like, hover over something, press a button, and it will create a copy for you, which would be nice, but there we go. I don't see the option, so we'll just do it manually. And we're going to end up blocking people's routes. I mean, it's already a mess, so I guess who cares? Let's try some sharing with these guys as well, just have a half a look at it if we're able to. Input to there, input to there, do the same. Can't see any reason for them not to share. The amount that's sat on a shelf is quite a lot. As long as the logistics person is quick enough with it all, should be fine. Which I'm thinking we should hire a second one for this zone because of how much we've got going on here. There we go. And then one of them. Cool. Yeah, they don't have any metal or plastic on their shelf yet, but it's coming. There's plenty coming over from over the road. Yeah, I think that's okay. So this one in the middle, is it working? Because I want to see them deliver into it more than anything. Which may not have time to see. There, someone has to walk all the way round. They can't deliver into it from that side. Which might make it not good. The corner ones are good because of how many spaces you can access them from, and the worker doesn't move at all. That person doesn't have to move either, and the finished ones get taken out. It's half interesting. Maybe if you had a pallet on one side with the stuff coming in and a different pallet on the other side with stuff going out, separate logistics people, this kind of thing might work. The shelf in between the two. As it stands, I don't know. On this side, they don't need to move either. Actually, that's pretty good then. The logistics person can walk through the middle there because they appear to be able to overlap with people. Yeah. And those workers don't have to move. Okay, so that layout I kind of like. Gap of 2 between them and corner shelves. They can access both shelves without moving. It's good. Over here, they're just like moving one to put stuff on that shelf and so on. We're good though. We've ticked all the boxes. We need to make another 21 pocket advisors, and we'll have got all the trophies on this mission as well. But as I say, this one just really confused me a lot. I can get the mechanics that are going on here, but they were not delivered in a smooth way. Brain slightly melted. Sold 38. There are 8 here. Maybe we need more space. We are making them quicker. I mean, it's 1 space for each of them, and then, yep, that should work fine. Fill them in with whatever they're called. Pocket advisors. All boxed up nicely to go out the door. Here comes the Monday. There we go. So you're that brat who's been stealing my customers. I guess this is the corporate owner of pocket advisor makers. Mr. Goodman. I see. Richard Goodman. We go in blah 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 blah. Okay. Let's move on. Yeah. We're at a fork. Interesting. So the route kind of forward to more missions is here in Rising Markets. I see. That was very confusing. We completed a trophy here and they talked about doing product design with our dad. Our dad came in and started talking to us about the 2nd and 3rd trophy, but what they were actually talking about with the product design was the next mission. Kerry and the dad will teach us the ropes about markets and design, making cassette players, pocket computers, and money. Or there's a short side route, Module Mania. This is a challenge. So that's a campaign and this is a challenge. Training's not complete, but we got our first contract. Create batches of special modules within a time limit. Right, okay, so it's like a time trial thing. What are we doing? To get 3 trophies, we need to make 405 modules in 120 days. Interesting. Oh, the story can wait. We can take a look at the time trial. Is this... So afterwards is also time trials. Interesting. Don't know. Not usually my thing, like time trials type stuff. I'd rather the story missions, I guess. But it does explain why it forks out there. Not sure if these... So look, that's campaign. Here it forks out and it's all campaign. Some challenges here and there. So it's looks like there's a lot of challenges around. We're going to have to get them done. Let's have a go at Module Mania then. Let's just look at what this is like to do. Get the required amount of modules for the trophy. Modules delivered to a special pallet. Module changes after each trophy. So it's not 405 of the same thing. Score is the number of... Yep, okay. Don't get enough modules by the deadline, we fail. Go bankrupt after 3 days. It's got 3 days of grace, I guess. Going bankrupt after the first goal will still award trophies in this challenge. Right. Let's just not go bankrupt. No research or business development is involved. No optimization features are available. Markets are disabled. We haven't even learnt about them yet, so that's a good thing. Not possible to use the regular sell function to earn money. Earn money by delivering the ones you're supposed to deliver. Fine. There's a tip of the day. That's just going to confuse me, so let's ignore them. Make sure to pause a lot if we're on a time limit. I've got no objective. What? So down here, we can unlock a painting if we finish. Current module is pipe with a light. Fill up the cell box. Oh, okay, I see. This is what they're after. It gives us a little icon with them. Pipe with a light. This is where we need to put them. Let's get them moved. Can't move it. Okay, we're going to build closer to it then. We're going to need a courier pallet that delivers goods in. Start with it there, but see how that goes. Might be too close. We've got stuff unlocked that we didn't have before. Sure. Tinker table can make pipes and pipes with a light. Basic workbench can make a pipe. Electronics workbench can make a pipe with a light. So, oh, faster. That was in the last game we played as well. Actually, some benches are faster. That's okay. So tinker table's like just a basic bench, can make stuff but slowly. We want workbench. I don't know. Let's. How are we going to do this? Start small, get the concept. Don't worry about the objective on the first attempt. Shelves. I like the corner ones. I mean, I've got the big one. We can put it in the middle, but the access locations mean it's not that good. Let's do that. Input, output. You are making rod from metal. Hire someone. You are making pipe with a light with rod, electronic part and glass. Need a logistics person. Don't unpause, sorry. We need to have metal, glass and electronic parts purchased in, and that's it. The rods don't need to go back to the pallet, they're going to go from shelf to shelf, be turned into that one, and that one's going to go into the outbound. So that's the process involved. It's quite small for the first step. Let's prove it. Here's delivery number 1. Might just double everything just for the sake of it to start with. Bits are delivered in, rods get moved over, rod with a light is made and delivered. We're pretty low on cash after buying all this actually. It's interesting. But you don't need to wait. As soon as they put one in there, we get a bit of money. Okay, cool. Why are we short on cash? These tables are $3 grand each and cost 10 per day. Wow, okay. Tinker table might be better because it's interesting. 4 tinker tables operate at the same speed as the basic workbench. They cost 1,000 less. The person working on the bench is costing 20 a day? Is that the same with the tinker table? That's weird. I thought they were cheaper than that. Let me just... I know a time trial isn't really the place to play around with things, but I want to know. Yeah, 20 a day all around the board. Okay. Fine. How do I get rid of you? So yeah, it's an extra 3 people, which means an extra 60. I thought it was a lot less than that. I thought people were a lot cheaper than that. So an extra 60 per day. Less the 10. An extra 50 per day on the tinker table. So it's 1,000 cheaper, but 50 per day more expensive, which means after 20 days, which does not seem like a long time at all. Okay, so the workbench is better. It's a better investment. For sure. Cool. We should be using me, though, more often because I'm here and haven't assigned myself to anything. Try and remember that in the future. So this is our progress towards... But where's our time limit? We just need to kind of remember it. It would be nice if there was a bar around the place with a time limit. This one's here, but I have to open it to see, I guess. Still. We will want to scale up. Even though the product's changing, I assume the workbenches involved are going to be reusable. I feel like I'm moving this over and doing something. If we made a gap of 4, moving you in, put a basic workbench here, we can afford it. Making rods, input is there, output is there. What is the ratio? Actually, I didn't check that. We're making 5 rods every half day. Is that what that says? This confuses me. A lot of the information's not very obvious. This makes me think it's 6 metal every half day makes 1, but it doesn't really say 1. This has a 5 next to it. I'm going to guess every half day we're making 5. So every half day we're making 10. And here we're making 1 every quarter day. So every half day we are using 2 rods. So we could have 4 more electronics workbenches. Should have looked that up first. It's more relevant. Never mind. We can't afford any more yet. Do need to bear in mind how many materials we buy in and stuff. It's fine. And I still didn't assign myself to do something. If I assign myself to logistics, can you do that? Yeah, there you go. Then I won't, you know, do nothing. Might not be needed right now, but it'll help over time. I don't mind carrying boxes around. Why not? So anytime we hit 3,000 and a bit, quick hire costs money to do, right? I guess we need to save money for when it flips to a new thing. We're going to have to buy new benches potentially, as well as reusing what we've got. I mean, the chemistry table's unlocked for a reason. I assume we're going to need them. So the money drops down, I guess. Is it maybe weekly? Maybe on a Monday morning it takes the wages out? And we can't... Oh no, it's like every day maybe. Oh, it's buying materials, that's why. So we don't want to buy when we're at 3,000 because that's not safe. We might go negative when it takes costs out. Can you see... Yeah, finances. Not last 30 days. Is there an option for like... No, daily. I guess yesterday's is down here at 3,400 in, 2,400 out. We're really not making much money at all then. A bit weird. Did I bought some things yesterday perhaps that affected that? Because money appears to be going up. Doing for time anyway. So the deadline of the 1st of May year 1, is that for all 3 levels, or will the deadline push out when we get... I guess we'll find out when we get to the first one. We'll see if the deadline pushes out. I think I can buy another one of these. Do need the shelves as well. Don't need them yet. But it is a mess without them, I guess. I need one, let's say. That can be the inputs, and then we'll output around the corner temporarily. Didn't check if that cost money though. Something cost a lot of money. I have to try and remember. Some point in the game, more to learn. Is there an upfront cost to hiring people? Whoa, we went 3,000 in the negative somehow. Buying materials because we got a new bench, it means we can fit more on a shelf. They brought a whole stack to the shelf and we bought a whole stack. Okay, we need to bear that in mind. Yeah, you need a lot of capital before you invest in like a shelf, because it gets filled with stuff. Oops. And therefore having a shelf everywhere is probably a bad idea. We want them to share shelves, which will mean the people moving around
Hello,
more.
dear viewers. Delighted to have you back. Due to the challenging times, another company has gotten into trouble.
Yep, we ran out of money. Let's try again. And take a different approach to that. Stick with this, but try and get the ratio right this time, although it's right 2.5 electronics to each basic. And yeah, try and work out the shelving in a better way. I know the workers moving around is a bad thing in theory, but moving a little bit, it's got to be better than running out of money. There's not much space there, do we? As many as possible using the same shelf, really. Don't know. We just make a move around more. Can you do like a little, like a square of some kind that would share a shelf easily? If you had that and that, they can share that corner shelf very easily. And another one there would be pretty alright. I mean, not awful. A shelf like that, they can put them in one side and the logistics can take them out the other side, I think, from what I saw before, which is good. So you could have a little pocket with them in. Put that there. They're all joined. Can you fit a third in some good, meaningful way? That could share it. As does that. Which of those is more compact? I think they're the same. That's a little less like that. Not sure I've got money to do this, but I will. And then yeah, small shelf there, so the people have to cross over each other a bit, and the benches at the back need to move a bit. Oh, and the deliveries can't get in to give them what they need, so that doesn't really work, no. Well, just a medium shelf like this. Or big shelf like this. It's very expensive to make. £5 for a shelf. I don't know if the workers also, they might need to get in before you put the shelf in, otherwise they can't make it to the workstation, I would guess. But you know, you can do that, move it and then move it back. Does that work? I feel like this would work. The ins and the outs have to share, but it's very compact. I mean, let's see it in action, and I guess we'll find out. That's in an awkward spot still. They can access from the side, right? Let's do this. As I say, I assume they need to get in first, so we'll move that out of the way temporarily. We need enough money to get this stuff as well. So we have to have one of them. sure this is going to go well at all. And we need, at the moment, 1 basic workbench is enough, because it'll feed 2.5 of these, but we will want more. Unless we can find some way of speeding it up, I don't know. Or we just deal with the inefficiency. Out of the pocket is 1 of these and 2 of them, or 1 of these and 3 of them. Inefficiency isn't good in a time trial, though. Don't know, a bit awkward. If it was 1 to 2, we could replace 1 of the shelves that's in there. 1 of the benches that's in there, I mean. With a basic workbench. Deliver everything through this big shelf, and they can self-feed. It's just that they'll be overproducing rods, which is an inefficiency we shouldn't deal with. We shouldn't accept. But maybe we just do, at least for now. So for now, get the people in. You are making rod. Quick hire is free with a free salary. Okay, so that tooltip's just wrong, right? It's not. It doesn't cost nothing to have someone. It costs 20 a day, so it's wrong. I don't really need to link. Let's be explicit with instructions, you know, it's always a good thing. So we will link to the same shelf with everything. And then it won't pick a random shelf that's behind it or something. Again, it says 0 and 0, but it's not. It's something and 20. What is it? So 7,000 at the moment. It costs you 500 to hire them and 20 a day, but it says 0 and 0. That's annoying. Very, very annoying. 5 per half day, 1 per quarter day. So it's 2 per half day. Yeah, 2.5. It is right. Okay. And then in work zone, we're going to add me to carry stuff around to begin with. Add another person later, maybe. I don't like that. If I'm paused when I go into that mode, I don't want to unpause when I come out of it. Is that a setting? Because there was some in the game settings. Pause when you go into logistics mode. Pause when you go into product design, which we haven't seen yet. Pause on lost focus I don't want, because I do tab out sometimes. Don't want tip of the day. Don't want pause on com. No, it's not an option. Never mind. Fine, that's all there. You are having a rule for metal. Let's get 2. Glass, electronic parts. Can we actually see? It's 1, 1 and 1, 1, 1 and 1, 6 metal. So we need more metal than the other things, but not that much of the other things. So let's do that. 2 metal and 1 of the others. And that's it. Buy only. No rule for the rods. They're going to stay on the shelf and be taken back to the other guys. Wonder if... So if the rod person turns around and puts their rod in the middle of the big shelf, does the worker on the electronics workbench need to go to the middle of the big shelf to get it? Or can they just get it from the big shelf that they're access to? Because if they need to move around, then the big shelf's kind of irrelevant. Like 3 little shelves would be better. And cheaper. A lot cheaper. So I have to assume that they can access the whole shelf from their spot, which would be good. Make this layout good. Okay, that's fine. I think we might run out of money, but we've got those 3 days of grace or whatever that might let us survive. See how that goes. This, we should get someone in working anyway. The extra inefficient one on the outside, which will move to a different shelf soon. Get the people in. Get the goods delivered tomorrow morning. Kind of wander around a bit when they're not working. I don't like that. I want them to stand at their station. We have gone negative buying materials in. Need everyone to go where you live. There we go. Now we can pick up the shelf. Put it there. Also, if it's free to move stuff around even when it's got stuff loaded on it, which is nice, I like it, you could have a shelf where you load stuff on it and just pick it up and move it all the way across your workshop to get stuff moved quicker than the people can, if you want to micromanage it, I guess. I'm also a bit scared about how big this building is, considering what I've built so far is... yeah. I don't know. Maybe this just means the time limit isn't as bad as I think. It appears to work. There'll always be someone who doesn't have enough rods every now and then because of the ratios off a bit. We're about to lose the challenge. 2 days to get out of the red. Okay. In 2 days we should be making 2.5, 10 pipes with a light. It should get us 2,000. Not sure if that pays the wages. I mean, we're out of the red, so I guess maybe the clock has reset. Be nice. I don't think that said 200 when he delivered it. Oh, it did. Okay. My bad. It's good. How's it going? We just need to save up a lot of money if we're going to change this. Like, I would think of getting another basic workbench, another electronics, and another big shelf in between them. And saying, job done. Of this design. I don't know. I think we just have to save up because we're going to unlock another design and it needs $3,000 workbenches, then we're going to struggle with that, I think. The shelf does work how I thought it would. The guy at the end, there's nothing physically in front of him or visually in front of him, but he's accessing the things okay, so that's good. Makes the layout kind of functional. Town's kind of nice. You have like a living world around your place, kind of like that. People wandering around. There's some really good polish to the game. It looks really nice. You know, living world with its own kind of style. Got 6.5 grand in the bank. That's not a bad spot to be in. Maybe we can expand out. I mean, do we need to? We're a third of the way to the first target over 10 days. Going faster seems better, I guess. Like I say, when we get to the next stage, we can't go into the red for more than a day. So, yeah. I think we need to save up until I can see what is coming next. I'm going to assume we stay at this rate until we know better. It may take a third attempt, fourth attempt, or more to get to the extra ones. Let's speed time up and get closer. This rate isn't bad though. I mean, 10 per day is good, right? If that is what we're managing to do. Like, the numbers say stuff, but I don't know if it's right or not. Haven't seen anyone complaining about a shortage of rods, so it kind of suggests, yeah, there's even a surplus of rods. This is managing to supply more than it should be. Unless I'm, just wrong about something. I'm assuming this 5 means it makes 5 every half day, but I don't know. And this means it consumes 1 every quarter day, which is 2 every half day. So there should not be enough rods here. It's weird. Who knows? More experience in the game may reveal things, who knows? Let's keep at it. We're getting there. Money's looking okay in terms of being able to expand a little bit. Don't know about the deadline, whether that's any good or not, but 2/3 of the way there. And that's not 2/3 of the total time, but I assume it scales up. The next module is going to be more complicated, not less complicated. Not quicker. And at some point we're going to need to add chemistry tables. That's almost certain. Let's go, that's 115. 20 more to deliver. 12 more to deliver. It's going well, and the shelf's got lots of space on it we're not using, so maybe we could fit even more around the same shelf. Could have a little juggle around in between different setups. New module required. Okay, we got the 135 there, so we need to And that was in 25 days like that. Just try and remember that as a point of reference. We're now doing glow-in-the-dark pipe. Which is made using pipe with a light plus metal, sundries and chemical compound. Chemical compound from the chemistry table. See, it doesn't tell us here. It's saying every half day it makes them, but it doesn't tell us how many. Right, because that's just saying pipe every half day, but it's more than one. So without spending the money, we can't work out what we need. I mean, we know we need one, so that, yeah. And then the metal components take a day on the workbench. Hang on. The basic workbench can now make pipe with a light? No. Glow-in-the-dark pipe goes back to the basic workbench. Right. Okay, a new layout will be needed. I don't think we're going to have the money to scale up at all. It's going to be one set of stuff, I think. So we need another basic workbench. The tinker table... Right, it takes 2 days to do those things and 1 day to do those things. So we need another basic workbench to do these metal components. Yeah. Not sure it's financially viable to use these workbenches. We'll see. So metal sundries, little screws and stuff, take 5 rods every day. That's going to change the ratio a lot. Can we get a full refund on workbenches? We may have overinvested. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Glow-in-the-dark pipe every quarter day, 1 of each. So 1 electronic workbench feeds 1 of these. If we can get these fed into 1 chemical compound every quarter day, is good with 1 bench, because this is making 5 every day. That's 1 every 0.2 days. So we'll end up with a surplus of chemical compound. Oh, which makes me think you can increase storage here. Yeah, didn't think of that. Maybe the storage space of 15 finished ones wasn't enough. Did we need to increase it? Interesting. In any case, a jumble around is going to be needed. This needs to make the metal sundries. They make 10 every day, and we need 1 every quarter day. So to keep this 1 bench fed, 1 is enough. 1 of each of those. Scale might be that we want multiple benches, but we can't afford it. So, yeah. We're definitely going to want to wind back a bit on some of it. What's the surplus on the rods here? It needs 5 rods per day, and we make 5 per half day. So we have 5 per half... No. It needs 5 per day. We're making 10 per day. Yeah. So we have 5 per day spare. 1 bench uses 4 per day. So the rounding and everything is awfully awkward. But I think we sell back 2 electronics workbenches. How much do we get? Doesn't like pop up and tell you? Exact number of what you just did would be nice. Loans, I assume, yeah, you can't take. Weekly profit and number, no, there's no like... It would be nice to know exactly how much money I just got back for doing that. But never mind. We now got idle workers. Let's bring you in. We do need 1 new guy. Okay, money's alright. I think we got quite a lot of money from selling those benches back. I don't know if it was all of it. It might have been. But, oh well. This shelf is seemingly big enough to handle everything, I reckon. So if we can get all of these around the 1 shelf in an efficient way, while allowing access in. It's an interesting one. No bench can go there. All we want is that the arrow would overlap with the arrow. So if that's there, they don't need to move. But this one, you can't win. If you do, I mean, you can't access this type diagonally. But moving a little bit, like moving 1 square, I can't really see it being an issue. There's no improving this. Rotating it doesn't change the picture. Just a case of, is that closer? No, because they're both moving. In this setup, only the guy in that corner needs to move 1 square, and I can access the bottom to give them what they're after and take away the finished. So that seems compact enough. The people may have been assigned to the wrong benches. Where is Cleo? Yeah, you're outside, so we need to get you... Why don't we juggle them around? The people on the inside are Nikita, Agnes, and Rico. Rico, Agnes. So which bench is Nikita? That one. Move their bench so that they don't have to come out of the pocket. Put their benches there. I feel like there's some way of getting everyone to access it without moving, but I can't see it. Only if you could access it diagonally. I think we would need a different type of shelf for that to work. So this is as good as it's going to get, as long as the people don't trip each other up. Not sure about that. Bit confusing. Jaeger, hello. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. And Craft, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that too. You catch me scratching my head a lot. What have you guys been up to? Oh, playing some RimWorld today with the integration, I assume. Very nice. Hope you had a good time. Hope it was a good one. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you've all had a lovely time. We're playing good company. I'm struggling a bit to understand everything that's going on. I'm mumbling lots of numbers to myself, so if you enjoy that kind of thing, you'll hear lots of numbers. I'm vaguely getting a hang of it, I think, slowly. We're currently doing one of the time trials, so I'm thinking a lot more in order to try and not fail, but we'll see how that goes. Welcome in, Woodward. Nice to see you. And Commander. Great to have you here. Thank you very much for sharing the love. What we're dealing with is trying to make a rod that glows in the dark, apparently. And I've got all the stages, I think. It's very compact, but they've given me this massive warehouse to work in, so I'm not sure I've done it right. If you even can do it right. We've got a nice shelf everyone can access. We get deliveries of all the base materials. I need to check if we need any more of them, I guess. They're put on the shelf. Yes, we do need more of them. Metal is turned into metal rods. Metal rods are converted into screws and stuff. Put back on the shelf. Bits of electronics, glass and rods are turned into a pipe that has a light inside of it and put back on the shelf. The chemistry. So we're making chemical compounds, we need chemicals. So I need to add a purchase order for chemicals so that we get those in. They go on the shelf, they're turned into compounds, put back on the shelf. And the guy in the corner picks up a bit of everything and turns it into a pipe that glows in the dark. And there's very fractional amounts of materials left over, so the ratio here seems good. We need to make 135 of them as quick as we can, which seems okay. What are we actually making? Making one every quarter day, we anticipate. One every quarter day, 4 per day. We need to make 135 of them. It seems okay, and then when we've done that, it will change into something new, which is, we assume, the glow-in-the-dark pipe will have bits added onto it to create the 3rd level requirement, and we'll need to do a whole bunch of them before we run out of days available. I guess we'll see how it goes. Let's unpause and get flowing again, see what happens. Let's do, yeah, Woodward, it's, today might be the only day I play this, because it seems like it might explode my brain. We've been trying all sorts of new games recently, and some of them have been nice and chill. Most of them are about just like building stuff, that's what I enjoy doing. But this is a bit much. We could, I guess, avoid the time trial ones and just do the story stuff. Might make it a little easier, but if my brain has melted in the next couple of hours, we'll probably move on to something a bit more chill in the future. This guy's complaining. No, he's good now. He was just waiting on the chemicals. That's moving. Good. Everyone's flapping their arms around, which seems good. I think that means they're doing stuff. Little progress bars are moving. And money's going to drop, I think, quite a lot because we're paying wages. What are we earning now? We get 400 for every one we make. It's not a lot of money. I'd quite like to build out this cell a second time and double our production. My concern is when we get this level done and we unlock the next level, we need to invest in the benches and stuff to make the new design, which I don't know how much money to hold on to. So I kind of feel like we have to get through this, see what that is, understand the money to hold back, and then probably redo it with a view on the deadline. Which, yeah, we'll see. See if I have the patience for that. Is this shelf doing okay? Looks fine. Pipe with a light storage is fine. Just the finished goods that aren't there, that's fine too. What would it cost me to double this up? They're like 3 grand per bench. So only 15 grand for benches. 2.5 grand for people. 5 grand for the shelf. Yeah, that's a lot more than what I've got. There's no individual element that's holding it back as well. We couldn't just like add a bench on the end because then we wouldn't have enough chemicals. Or I think we might have enough chemicals, but we wouldn't have enough metal sundries. Or would we? Hang on. Do I need to do the math again? We make 10 metal sundries per day. We consume 4 per day, so we wouldn't need more metal sundries. They're good. We make 5 chemicals per day and consume 4, so we would need more chemicals. And then we would need more pipes with lights in, which means we would need more rods because we're consuming 4 per day here, 5 per day there, so 9 per day, and we're making 10 per day. So we would need rod, pipe with light, chemicals, and finished. So there's just one bench we wouldn't need. 12, 17, 22,000 up front. Then if we build an extra shelf, we start filling it with goods, so we'd need to buy the goods. So yeah, we need like 30 grand maybe to double this up, which we cannot afford. I'm not quite sure why they've given me a warehouse this big when I can barely afford to make a production cell this size. Just trying to bait me, I guess, into wasting my money. We could have, I guess, bought the cheaper benches, but the labour cost involved would be higher, which seems like a bad idea to me. On a short deadline, but I don't think we can rush it. I don't know. We will fast forward and see if we hit like 30 grand, then I'll consider it. But I'm pretty sure we'll get to the 270 modules before we hit 30 grand. Or will we? We need another 100-ish, and we get 400 monies each. That's 40 grand, right? There's too many numbers. It's definitely going to melt my brain. 400 monies. 10 times would be 4,000. Yes, 40 grand, so it could be viable. By the time we hit the end of it, at which point we need to build the next one. No. I think we save all the money. I could be wrong, but my strategy will be save all the money. The deadline will be quite late when we get to the 3rd stage. Invest all the money getting the 3rd stage done as quick as you can. Hopefully before the deadline hits. It's the first of the time trials, so I don't expect it to be that complex, I guess. It probably made it easy, in which case building a single cell is okay, the deadline should be safe enough. We'll give it a go. And then we'll move on with the story missions instead. I mean, money's good. 26 grand now. Can I speak? There's no way of speeding it up with a single bench. We have a surplus of everything going in. We do. Yeah, so there's nothing to be done until we just sit back and wait then. Fine. Switch the brain off for 5 minutes. Not happy with it. Still another 70 modules to go. We're halfway through the time. That math I should have done as well there. We're making 4 per day. If we need to make 135 in total. Need a calculator on for this. 135 over 4. It's 34 days. 34 days. And we finished the last stage at day 25. We should have finished them all by now. Interesting. We should have finished by day 60. Is there something wrong with our production lines? No, because we'd see error messages if there was. With full-on metal sundries, with full-on chemical compounds. Not full. We've got good stock on them, and rods, and pipe of the light, so everything's how it should be. The finished goods aren't backing up. So logistically everything's flowing as fast as it should. Unless it just wasn't initially, maybe. Target inventory is full. Yeah, that's fine. So you just stop. Though that's interesting. If the inventory has something of everything, we could just build a second one of the final stage and it would consume them through. Perhaps not at full efficiency, but at something. So if I had an extra basic workbench over here, we'll move it in a second, making glow-in-the-dark pipes, so I hire someone in. That should work. I mean, it'll do a little more than we're currently doing, but I don't mathematically cannot calculate how much, because the things aren't quite how I expected. How do we move this around to minimise travel time? I think you turn the shelf to here. No, it's not. It's not great. It's almost symmetrical. If you did that, I do like symmetry, but that's not necessarily the most efficient way of doing it. Putting the shelf in the middle like that would be most efficient for the guys on the inside, but there's no way for the external guy to get in and move stuff around. You could put a little shelf, but it'll only be accessible from that side. This could work, in theory. So everyone working on the benches does need to move a little bit, and we can move that just to save a tiny bit of time. They won't have to move. Everyone else will need to move 1 square to access the shelf. And then, no, this doesn't work. I was thinking, they make all their stuff, put it on the big shelf. The guys in the left-hand cell can grab from the shelf, make their things, put them on the diagonal into the corner shelf, and then on the other diagonal, the guy on the outside can get them out, but he can't get the materials into the big shelf for them to start the process with. So that's no good. And that's no good. If you move that back 1, everyone can access the shelf. Logistics can get in and out. Some people need to move 1 square, 1 square, 1 square. Everyone needs to move 1 square to access it, which, let's imagine that's acceptable. Or, not imagine, assume. If we use the medium shelf, which we could have because there's spare room here, we could move all the benches over 1. And these guys wouldn't have to move, but these guys would. That's a potential improvement if we need to redo it. But with this many benches, you need the access for the logistics guy, which is me in this case, to carry stuff in and out. This could work. I may have just made things a million times worse, but let's, I guess, unpause and see what happens. Everyone is walking a little bit, but the walk time is quite short. I mean, compared to the flapping their arms time, it seems fine. I can't see it causing a big issue. Logistically, we seem to be moving everything okay. We're now over-consuming the pipe with the light, which we know we would. If we were going to build another bench, it'd be one of them next, which we're close to being able to afford it all. It's only what we need to redo, what we need to rip out when we get to the next. So I need to know what the next module is. I think we're probably going to fail this attempt. And we would need to retry to get the third level successful. Because we just need to know what we're facing first. Which I kind of hate that as far as game design goes. Like, having to play the mission through and fail it just to see what it is. I wonder if I missed, like, a guide before we started the mission showing what the 3 levels would be. If you knew in advance, it's, you know, you can make a better plan. That person is complaining there's no, pipes with lights. That's expected. There's plenty of glow-in-the-dark pipes, so. How many more do we need? Another 25? Is it a logistics issue? Should I get a second logistics person? Because they're building up and he's not taking them away. Shouldn't matter. I don't think I can tell a logistics person to prioritise getting the finished goods out. But they are building up. I have the money and I'm concerned, so let's get an extra person who moves stuff around for us. Just in case it helps. We do have the money to invest. We're going to have about 30 days to do the last lot, which, with how long this took, I doubt that's achievable, but we can give it a go. Deliver in another 9 and we'll find out what we're trying to do. Another 5. A lot of people stood around, I guess that's, stuff filled up or whatever. Target inventory full, yep. There we go. Okay, we've got 31 days, or 30 and a half days. We need to make a glow-in-the-dark pipe version 2, which we take a glow-in-the-dark pipe and add plastic and coated glass. Plastic parts and coated glass. Plastic parts made at the basic workbench. Yep, in a half day. Coated glass made at the chemistry table in a day. So we're going to... We might reuse one of those, I guess. At least temporarily so we can see the recipes. Let's switch this around. So that's plastic parts takes 5 plastic to make 10 parts in a half day. We need another chemistry table for sure to make coated glass, which takes in 10 glass, 5 chemicals and makes 5 pieces in a day. That's all fine. We just need to buy glass. We already are. Okay, we've got glass, we've got chemicals. We need to buy plastic. Let's add a buy order for plastic. Sure. Then we need to worry about the ratio of it all. So I need another basic workbench to make the final product. Glow-in-the-dark final version. Every quarter day it wants a plastic part, a coated glass, and a glow-in-the-dark pipe. The glow-in-the-dark pipe is made every quarter day. So we wouldn't necessarily need to touch anything here. The extra bench I added on to round up the little gap. There's no point in doing that unless we round up the little gap on the next level, which might happen. So I need to do the math on the glass and the plastic going in. It's 4 per day in. This makes 5 per day, so one of them. This makes 20 per day. So one of them can feed 4 of them, in theory. Okay. We have money to spend, and we want to accelerate. So one of them is good. Each of them feeds one of them. So in theory, if we want to speed up at all, we need another chemistry table doing coated glass. We need another basic workbench doing the final product. To feed into that, we need another basic workbench doing the previous one, glow in the dark, which is that one. Which we can partially feed with what we've got, but not fully. And we've got money to burn, so we should make it fully. They need 4 chemical compound per day. This makes 5 per day, so an extra chemistry table. Gonna run out of space to play around in. Let's move further out, making chemical compound. They also need 4 metal sundries per day, and we make 10 per day. 4 per day, 10 per day, so one of them is good. Let's go in there. One of them is fine. It's fed by one of them. But we need more than one of them if we want to feed 2 of these, and we need 2 of these to feed 2 of them. So we need another electronics workbench to make the one with the light inside. That one. And then we're going to need another basic workbench to make rods of metal. Okay, that's all the workbenches we need. Now we need to arrange them in the most efficient manner possible for access to shelving. We're going to need more than one shelf, I think that's unavoidable. And we can afford one more, I reckon. And the stuff that goes on it. Not much more than that. Unless we went with smaller ones. We can come up with some intelligent way of using them. Anything that flows is quite simple. Like plastic only goes into the final stage, so you could have a corner between them in some fashion. Just trying to get those arrows overlapped and stuff, like that's a good way of doing it. But we're feeding 1 into 2, so that doesn't really work. I may have bitten off more than I could chew, having just started the game today. Overcomplicating things for myself. Oh well. If we use another big shelf... What if we did have a cell like we had before? So we can build it further out and then move it into place later. The basic beginning stuff. Right, so the 2 benches making pipe with a light. They're needing 8 rods per day. And this makes 10 per day. So 1 set of rods goes into those. The other set of rods goes into them. Sure. They also need electronic parts and glass, which just come off the pallet. They're bought in, so that's quite a simple bit. That could probably work with a shelf like that. They're feeding into there, so they could work with a corner shelf like that. Maybe. The input for that we need to concern ourselves with, that's fine. They're going into these 2. Who are, yeah, consuming the whole lot of them. Okay. And they are also taking the output of those 2, so that gets pretty complicated. Following that pattern. Can't really follow that pattern. Possibly. Just, yeah, wouldn't get the rods in simply. That needs like what we just had, I think. We just move that out of the way. Or something similar to it. So we'd have then there, that there, and then the big shelf like that. Okay, so we need another big shelf. Hopefully we can afford it. And then at the last stage, I think we have to do the same again. What other way is there of laying them out? There's one fewer benches this time, so we could do what we originally had, like that. Although with the time we've got and the need to hire lots of extra people, I'd rather not block them in at all, because then we don't have to fiddle around with them. Although, hang on. That works really well. Am I missing something here? Why didn't we have it laid out like that before? Every bench can be accessed without... Oh, no, they can't. That should be one over so that they don't have to move to get to the shelf, but then these guys do have to move, so you do that. And only one guy has to move. Unless I can come up with some other... No. My spatial reasoning's at its limit. So they'd be like that. Like I say, I don't want to overcomplicate it at this stage, so I'd rather do that. We would need 2 big shelves to do this, which is too many, I think, for the amount of money we've got. If we did that and put the other ones behind it. Pardon me. No, that's not accessible. They can't get it from the end, they have to get it from the side, so you'd need one side to be empty. I mean, that works, I think. I guess I'm probably going to put it into practice and it will fail, but that's kind of okay, really. Could we move that one, get anything closer? Maybe. That one's then, yeah, no good. No, I don't think that works. Smaller shelf then, okay. We will have a medium shelf for these guys. And then they can get in and out, even though they don't need to, but that will work. That's acceptable. Don't think we're going to use the corner shelf. Not enough storage space on it, let's get rid of that. May have been wasted money there, but whatever. And then do the same here. We already own a big shelf, so keep that for that set, and then get a medium shelf for this lot. Which will arrange in the original manner. That is unnecessarily far. We can do something like that. I think it's functional. We might need an extra logistics person. I'm pretty sure we'll need an extra logistics person. If we wanted to make them even faster than this, we would need a crazy amount of everything, which we definitely can't afford. This doesn't seem like it's gonna make it quick enough, so like, I don't know how you win this if this doesn't do it. So what we're going to be making is 8 units per day, and I need my calculator again. We need to make 135 in 31 days, which is 4.4 units per day. In theory, we can win with it, but in practice, I have no idea if it's going to happen. We should minimize all walking distances, so we need to get it all down into this corner, because I can't move the output pallet, which would be nice. We can move the input pallet. Not sure that helps too much. Inputs are needed in every single shelf, so it just needs to be central, I guess. Might want to move it over a little. Put the last stage next to the output, which means kind of flipping stuff around a bit, I guess, but we can work that out. Have I got that right? Yeah, I think so. That shelf, wherever. There, there, and there. So that's that bit. There's a big post that gets right in the way. Or does it? Do we magically fit around it? It's possible. No, it gets right in the way. Yeah. Interesting. I bet that's on purpose. I think we move everything out, I guess. That's a bit... don't know. Let's work it out. That's going to be... That would ideally be like that, I think. There, there, and there. But then the access in is blocked, so yeah. We'd want this shelf to be over. Okay. So we use a medium shelf for these guys, even though it's quite a busy one. The route from that medium shelf to that medium shelf is a bit far, so it'd be better to shift them and open the gap there. Sure. Still believe we will need an extra person. That's okay. This slot I don't want the big shelf for, but I can't swap it for that one. Do we sell the big shelf? No, because it's got things on it. I don't want to sell the things that are on it. They're useful. We'll work it out. I mean, we do that, but I need to get the people inside first. Unless we intentionally slow things down there, which we don't want to do. Okay. We'll shift it out. When they're in place, we'll shift that back into place. Seems okay. I think I've set everything up. I do want to get an extra logistic person. We may need even more than that, but we'll start with this. We do have money. It can't be spent productively on more benches or shelves, I don't think. Can't see the point. So more logistics people will be fine. And then we need some to spend on buying materials in. So I think we're going to eat into that a little. And then when we actually deliver these, we don't get any money at all, which makes sense because we're at the final stage, I guess. It's a bit weird. Oh no, we get 600 each. Okay. So if we're getting 600 each, we'd have plenty of money to kind of double this up towards the end. I guess we would want to do the math to plan ahead on which elements can we speed up, but I don't think there are any that we can easily do. So it would be a case of trying to double the whole lot or something, or maybe identifying something that isn't flowing well and patching it in, but I'm not really leaving space for that. Just hope that my theoretical 8 per day succeeds in the target 4.4 per day reality. I think. We're missing a few members of staff on a couple of these benches, so let's get them hired. And then we'll unpause and see what happens. Total failure or not, we'll find out. Might be a close one, is my guess. That's everyone hired. There's no warnings about people, there's just warnings about missing materials, which will be delivered in a day, so we are going to waste a bit of time there, or lose a bit of time there. Okay, unpausing. Get everyone into position. Day cycles around, so when the blue bit reaches the top, it'll be the next day and we'll get a delivery of material. Oh, I didn't give them specific targeting. How did we see... Yeah, like that. They're intending to put the plastic on the shelf down here, which is silly of them. I'm going to need to retarget just to make sure everything's good. So the automatic targeting seemed pretty good when we saw it before, like it went for the nearest shelf, but in that case we've seen it's trying to do something silly. Because I specifically targeted it to do something silly in the past. That'll explain it. Silly things happening are often my fault. Okay. Well, in this case, is the automatic good? No. Yes? Yeah, it's saying make those things onto that shelf and then take the finished one over to this shelf, which works with those ones. Yeah, looks good. and then takes the finished from there and takes its finished to here. Yeah, the automatic targeting looks good on that. Unpause again. Keep your fingers crossed for me, chat. We've got 30 days. I guess there's a wind-up time. A lot of guys waiting for the previous stage to function. That'll slow down. What we're aiming for. I can go into position now. That's good. But still, it should be fast enough. If I'm understanding the UI correctly and the numbers are doing what I think they do, which I could be wrong. Bits are moving, so they're making some of the finished product now. We should increase storage space. There's spare room here, so more of the the stuff that doesn't stack into bigger quantities will allow more of that. Them and them. And same on there, more of them are permitted. We just paid our wages and our money has disappeared. If it goes negative, we lose. So, do we lose immediately? I think we have like a day to get it out of the negative. We have some finished ones. If they just put them in, we might be okay. Yeah, we're making money. Everything keeps moving. Speed time up a bit. How many have we done? We've done 9. Done 11. Okay. Maybe. I'm not confident. I'm sure you can tell. I'm not confident. Money's doing okay though. Now that we're actually delivering them, that's good. Should I have left room to be able to double up this setup? I don't know. It seems like madness to try it. 20 days left to do 103 modules. Should work? Don't know. Is there a production statistics? Company statistics, yeah. Can you show me slow time? Show me the products I'm making? No, we're not making any products. We're making a component piece, okay. Glow in the Dark Pipe final version. What do these numbers mean? Last 7 days we made 27. I kind of want to know last day. I guess it's a bit... The way things flow isn't very smooth, so I don't want to give you a one-day snapshot. It won't be an accurate number. If we've done 27 in 7 days, that's not fast enough. But 7 days ago we weren't making any of them, so it's not a helpful number. We won't be able to tell for another couple of days whether it's going fast enough. If we do 27 in 7 days, we've got 2 lots of 7 days to do way more than that. Yeah, that's... yeah, not going to happen. I don't know what you'd do different. Really don't. We've not had the money to build more than the number of benches we build. The other strategy, I guess, would be to use the tinker table. As we say, the table is cheaper, but you need to use more people because it's slower. And more people means a higher wage bill. Maybe that would be affordable in this context. Benches are also more adaptable to change to other things. Don't know. 12 days to do 80 something modules. Maybe. Doesn't seem like we're making that many at all. They're not backing up or anything, no. Seems good. There's no surplus of a specific material. Could have an extra bench here to do like a fraction more, but I can't physically fit it there, so. And there's 5 days left to do 53 modules. So whatever whatever it seemed like it was supposed to do statistically, it just hasn't made them that quickly. Even though the raw materials feeding into the final stage have been good. So it's not like anything was slowed down disproportionately ahead of time, it's just the final production, which should be 4 per day per table, and should be working fine. I don't know, I mean we can just throw an extra basic workbench here, target it to the same place, make the final product, hire someone in. Don't think it'll really help in the 3 days we got. That's close though. I don't know, could I have paused time a bit more, a bit quicker at some stage or something? The second stage, maybe we could have laid that out a bit better. Don't know. Disappointing. Time's up.
This is CEO TV, your source for hot news. This story proves the importance of motivated employees.
2 trophies out of the 3 available. Very, very close to getting there. It'd be nice if it gave us the actual number at this point. Like, yeah. Oh well. What do we, like, get for doing that? I think it would appear nothing. Maybe some extra decoration got unlocked because we got a stage or 2 stages. Yeah, it's tough work to get the 3rd stage. The next challenge, I guess it's the same thing but for different products, so you'd set up different lines, maybe different benches involved and whatever. Similar target, similar time frame. I am of a mind to just not do the challenges, the time challenges really in general. Maybe if there's achievements for doing them all, I'll punish myself if I survive the rest of the game. But what we will do next is move on the story chain to the Rising Markets mission, where we're going to learn about markets and design of products and make some cassette players and pocket computers apparently. But before we get started on that, I am just going to take a quick 5-minute break. We are 2 hours 20 in. I haven't stood up in a while, so I'll go fill my drink up, stretch the legs, give the brain a short rest before we thrash it again in the next mission. I recommend you guys do the same if you haven't been up lately, and you could. Go stretch your legs too. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes and carry on exploring this game, see if it kills us. I will see you shortly. Hello everyone. I am back from the break. Let's get this mission loaded up, find out what we're up against. Here is Dad. Check out this working production setup. Okay. Checking it out. What are we up to? We're making something. Plastic case, LED array, battery packs, making calculators. Okay. And that's all we're doing here. That much I've understood so far. Thank you, Commander. And welcome back anyone else who's stepped out for a minute. Good to have you all here. And Woodward says good luck. Yeah, we'll go for another, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours-ish. If my brain doesn't melt down before then, I think we'll be okay. The game so far, it seems pretty good. There's a nice level of polish to some good core mechanics with lots of data and information available to us. But there's a lot going on and a lot of buttons, and the kind of tutorial element of it is I'd say not very well designed, not very smooth. So it's been difficult to get my head around it. But there's something in here that suggests I am going to enjoy it if I can survive long enough to kind of break through the basic understanding of it all. So we'll keep trying. We need to have a look at product markets. Then we can design some new products that people might want. Sure. Well, I mean, what's wrong with our calculators? I'm sure they're the best around. Until now we've been provided with completed blueprints, and we sell the finished products. That makes sense. We need to get an understanding of what the market wants. Cool. All products of the same type compete in the same single market, even if they are sold by the same company. That's cool. So we can't create two competing calculator models ourselves. Okay. Market panel also contains a market discovery tree that allows you to unlock new markets and new product types. Sure. This is going to be a bit of a sightseeing rather than a doing thing. That doesn't tend to work well with me, but let's take a look regardless. This is the market overview. It's showing this general information. So expected features, display fidelity and battery life. Don't know what that means. I think we're not supposed to, but that's okay. Affecting drawbacks. Wait, so is this like what people care about in this marketplace? When it comes to making calculators, they want good displays, good battery life, and they want it to be lightweight. Price bonuses available based on those things, I'm guessing. Weekly demand, quantity, I'd assume, and then general price. There's phases. We're currently in... No, we can progress the phase in some situation. Sure. Fine. These are the products on the market. Our products, sales, revenue of... Okay. What about other people's products? I don't see that. Might be a later thing. Our Calcutron is being sold at full price, twice the base price. It has 0.5 display fidelity and 1.0 battery life, which is less than desired, but it is lighter weight than the limit. I am understanding that, I think. Production costs are estimated to be 220. What we've seen in Little Big Workshop that we finished playing recently is the estimations tend to be wrong. So I don't know, maybe this game's better at estimating costs of production, but it's probably wrong. That's what we've sold. Market share, sure. The rating, some kind of market rating. Don't know what the effect of it is, but it's there, sure. And we're anticipating having 8 to sell in the next week. I guess that's based on history. Like I say, lots of information available, lots of data available, which is good. Maximum amount of calculators we can sell is 20. Ah, I see. The maximum amount of calculators, not that we can sell, but that can be sold. Interesting. How many calculators we can potentially sell if there are no other calculators competing on the market? Potential sales are not that high because the market rating is low. Weekly demand is the sale capacity. Yep, you've just told us that. Don't need to tell us again. Market rating is a sum of price and market appeal to a maximum of 5. Price and market appeal. There's not a lot of things that affect it then. Potential sales indicate how many might be sold. Might not manage to sell as many for other competing items. Can improve the price rating by discounting it. Sure. Set a discount between 10 and 20%. Well, I'm going with 10. We're not being generous out here. The minimum needed to progress. Always want to make a profit, yeah, so we're still going to make 139 in profit despite the discount. Sure, and that gives us a star of price, which is added to our 2.5 market appeal to make 3.5 in total, adding 50% to our potential sales. Sure. Prepared a little setup here to quickly jump into action and sell 20 calculators. Right. So our objectives are sell 20, optional, set the pallet to sell 12. How do you set the pallet? Oh, to have 12. Have 12 spaces dedicated to calculators for being sold. Yeah. Sure. You couldn't see that maybe because it was behind my face. But yeah, just filling in the extra pallet space to assign it to be calculator space. That's fine. While we're stood around doing nothing, our character might as well join in the logistics effort. Every CEO should carry boxes around the warehouse. That's the most efficient place for them to be, I think. Just going to speed time up and get these 20 sold. Find out what the next deal is. I guess we've got a bunch of money. We could spend it on making calculators quicker, but I think we'll find out what comes next. Eight went out in that week. Yeah, I don't see the need to speed up. Is there anything interesting going on here? No. We've got more decorations that we've unlocked. Still don't know what Work Zone Happiness actually does, so we're not making them. Bunch of office decor as well. Okay, we've unlocked quite a bit of decor then, sure. But no more shelves or different workbenches that we know exist, but we haven't had here yet. Ooh, the market overview is blinking a number at me. What does that mean? We've sold 20 units, but not within this phase of them talking. I took so long to get to this stage, I guess. Tick over the next week, I'm sure. Maybe a couple more days, or just a weekend to get through, and then we'll hit the number, I'm sure. There's Monday. Okay, good. So now that we've sold some calculators, show the other important things. Okay. After selling a certain amount, the market can be progressed, right? So we sold the 20 units of this phase thing. Don't know what the little spyglass thing, binoculars or something, but sure. Progress in the market will raise customer expectations. Potential profit margin will increase. Premium products that overfill will perform well. Sales of existing products may drop unless we discount. Right, expectation goes up. That's understandable. Changes the demand, base price, and expected features. Yep. We're also rewarded with the discovery points, right? So we gain 30 points to spend in some other screen. If your product's market rating is good enough, progressing a phase is usually not a big issue. Sales decrease you can counteract by selling a discount and still increase profits through volume. Sure. If the expected features increase too far beyond the features, its appeal will take a hit and so will revenue. Sure. And you are just repeating everything you've just said to us for some reason. Okay. Progress the market to the next phase. See the projected changes when we hover over. Yeah, but nothing specific, just the generics that it just told us. Let's go ahead. Okay. So expected features is now more processing power is expected. We need to add circuitry to do that. The display fidelity went up as well. Maybe. Can't remember. Doesn't matter. There's now more acceptance of weight though. They'd accept it being heavier, up to 3 instead of up to 2. Okay. Demand went up by 1. It's not much, but base price went up 2. Okay. To keep up with the market, we want a calculator with better processing power. Don't we all? I know, it's what I'm thinking every day. I wish my calculators had better processing power. We design a blueprint in 3 steps. Select a case. Better cases offer more space for modules. Okay. Choosing a color palette and form factor. And then add the modules. This is a lot more involved than I knew about. This is further than I've ever played in the game before, and it's something. Cool. We're going to create a calculator. Then what? Select a case. Plastic or wood? Plastic has 14 space. Reduces noise pollution and increases weight. Wood helps your ecological footprint, adds style, and is 0.5 weight. Same weight but less space. The market doesn't care about style. And it doesn't care about ecology. It also doesn't care about noise pollution. So 2 plastic would cost us 12.8. 2 wood would cost us more, so plastic is cheaper. That's what we're going with. Every case has different drawbacks. Yep, we see that. Change the look by selecting form and color. Appearance doesn't have any effect on features or sales. Not very realistic, but okay. We can have a stretchy one or a blocky one. I don't know, I like this little one. Sure, options. I cannot tell the difference. Oh, yes I can, hang on. Kind of. If it wasn't rotating so quickly, I might be able to tell the difference. I'm perfectly happy with divided orange coloured calculator. Okay, then we move on to modules. We pick the modules and add them to the grid. I'm guessing the light colour is where we can put things. See the features it will add if we click on them, and then I guess if we add an LED array, then we need to create an LED array and put it into the production line. This is pretty cool. Like I say, I've not made it this far into the game before. This is pretty in-depth and interesting. It might all be for nothing in the end when the actual gameplay comes around, but still. What is red, its position is invalid. Makes sense. We can rotate. And you can remove. Okay. Add an LED matrix. And put it in here somewhere. There we go. What does that do? Just, I'm doing what he says, but I'm interested in what it does. It adds 1 display fidelity, but hurts the ecological footprint, the fragility, and the weight. Okay. Add a battery stack, which will add 1 battery life, but affect the ecological footprint, the heat loss, and the weight. All these, only the weight seems to matter so far. Down in the top corner. Expected features increase the price and market appeal. Yep, we've seen that. Features with a little tick are mandatory and must be greater than 0. Interesting. So that makes sense. You can't make a calculator if it doesn't have a display on it, and you can't make an electronic calculator if it doesn't have a battery. Sure. Drawbacks that affect the impact, but a lot of them don't really matter, and the weight here, we've got plenty of room to play with. Cool. It tells us what the appeal is going to be ahead of time, 3.7, nice. And an expected profit as well. Trying to get the feature sum above the indicator on the feature bar here. That's the minimum feature value. Sure. I can remember this next time we have to come and do it. Market appeal is proportional to feature. Yep, we've been told that before. And profit estimations are there. None of this is new information. New market phase introduces processing power. So add a circuit. Yeah. Simple circuit in the corner there, which will get us everything people are asking for and a full market appeal. So there's no point in me like adding an extra circuit to get even more, because we're already at maximum appeal. We'd only need to do that later. If the request changes, we come back and redesign, I guess. What was the button to... there you go. Get rid of it. Okay, interesting. Not a lot of choice at this stage, but this is a tutorial for it. There we go. The Scarlet Calculus Revision. I mean, it sounds nice. Still not sure I'd buy one, but there we go. Switch the production to our new calculator, yes. So our objectives: advance to the next calculator market phase. Sell 30 calculators, set up production of all the modules for our new calculator, and assemble our new calculator. We can do that. We are currently making... So I want to make myself a new assembly bench so I can look at what we need to make our Scarlet Calculus Revision. Matrix, stack, simple circuit, plastic case. We're making plastic case, LED array, which is not what we want. Battery stack, which is... So an LED matrix is made from electronic parts and circuit board. So, hello Limo, what do you want? If you have multiple products, they'll steal from each other. Yep, we have been told that. So we're doing the old one at the moment, but we do want to switch that off before the new one goes to market. We also want to switch from array to LED matrix on these guys. They are going to want 4 circuit boards per day, and these circuit boards make 5 per day from 1 bench. So if I just put that there with a little shelf, let's rotate that round a bit. The way around. And hire someone to work there. Don't know what the logistics are up to, but they'll work it out. We also need to buy in... hang on. Let's reduce the space for that temporarily. LED array, we're going to sell off everything we've got because we're not making them anymore. We want to buy in... Is it metal? Yeah, must be. So metal is coming in, that's fine. Monday's about to come around, so that should get rid of the LED arrays. Yes, I can clear... Cannot be deleted because it's been created automatically. Okay, but we don't need it anymore. Whatever, we'll deal with that in a minute. One thing at a time. We're now making the matrix, the battery, and the case, but we need to make simple circuits. Simple circuits are made from circuit boards. They need 2 per day. Circuit boards make 5 per day, so that's fine. Hire someone to do that. Hire someone to do that. Give them their own little shelf as well, why not? If they want one. Move this guy round closer to everyone. Give him his own little shelf. And hire someone to do that. That's unnecessary actually, because we've got these old ones. They can just switch over. The ratios are all off, but whatever. I'm not going to bother doing the math for a tutorial mission. I'm going to swap over to that. We're going to get rid of the old calculator is done. Still can't get rid of the old. Oh, we got rid of it for us now that we're not using the old LED stuff. I want to add our new calculator to the market, and a bit of extra storage space for it wouldn't hurt. Seems okay. See how that goes. We are making the new design, yeah, but these guys aren't getting any of what they need. What are they complaining about specifically? It's the circuits, right? So we're consuming a circuit every 1.8 days. Let's call it 2 days, because math. Circuit every 2 days, and we make a circuit every day. So he should be feeding 2 benches, but he's only feeding 1. Don't know what that's about. Just need some time to get up and running, maybe. In any case, they could do with a little shelf of their own. Put that there. Got lots of money, I guess that's because it's a tutorial mission. What's going on the market anyway? Have we sold any? We've sold 30, that's probably the old design. So we could just click the progress, but I'd like to get the optional bit done in case there's an achievement linked to it. If we look here, so the potential sales of the good one we designed are significantly higher. So only sold 5 so far. Interesting. All interesting, but it's a lot of mechanics going on at the same time, I guess. Don't know, when it comes up with a little number flashing, not really sure what it means. It might be that we can progress, maybe. That a new week has started or something, don't know. Still not using these benches at all. Doesn't matter, we've done the optional objective of selling 30 calculators. So we can click the progress again button. Should have enough discovery points to unlock a new market now. Interesting. Read that in a second. Just want to see the expectation of battery life went up. The acceptability of weight went up. Not a bad change. Our super 5-star model is now only worth 3.7 stars. And 14 a week can be sold, but we're not making that many. We're making 7 a week, I think, at the moment, from the looks of it, so I don't think we need to worry about that. Fine. How much we can expand and produce is limited by the markets. Very first products we yield only small profit and limited growth. If you have enough discovery points and at least one predecessor market has been unlocked, okay, there's a tree then. Why don't you show us the tree? Here we go. It's not currently a tree, okay. Fine. There will be more later. We're going to unlock cassette players. Once we've unlocked the market, we want to design a product for it. Giving us some plans for new modules that might help us. Don't aim too low. High enough so that we can compete through a couple of phases. Yeah, with discount maybe, but yeah, that makes sense. You might want to go for more than 5 stars in order to last a little longer. Getting overachieve, yeah. Design one with at least 3.5. We can do that if we remember where the button was for it. So, Blueprint Designer. Create new cassette player. We have the same thing here. So what do people care about with cassette players? They don't want weight and they don't want fragility. They do want sound quality and they do want battery life. Plastic case affects noise pollution but not sound quality. So I don't think that matters. And the weight is the same still. Plastic is still the cheaper way to go, so we'll go plastic. Looks pretty cool. Very nice. We can have the big player, the groove kid, or the good listener. Ooh. Looks more like a camera than a cassette player. No, the big player is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool design. We'll go with that. In blue jazz colours. Soft melody, that's kind of nice colours. Kind of like that. Very, I mean, the whole game is very pastel colours, isn't it? So, no surprise there. That's very vibrant, actually. Yeah, Stereo Dream, I like that. I like that look. Okay, modules then. A beeper or a monophone speaker. Sound quality 1 or sound quality 1.5. Well, we're trying to reach sound quality 2. So we can have 2 beepers. The negativity of that would be 1 fragility, 0.4 weight. Whereas the monophone speaker saves us a tiny bit of weight, but still isn't good enough. So if we were to produce dead on, 2 beepers would do the job best. But if we want to overproduce, then 2 monophone speakers might be good. In fact, 2 monophone speakers could help you create a stereo sound. But I guess we're in a world where that doesn't exist yet. We fit 2 in. Let's try and overproduce. See how it goes. We've now hit the fragility point, so we don't want to add any more fragility if we can avoid it. Cassette player, I mean, a screen would be nice, but it doesn't help us at all. This is interesting. It's interesting how you juggle it around. I like this system. We need battery life, which doesn't affect fragility. That's good news. There's a half, or a 1. So I guess we'll go with the 1. And that'll make people happy. So we're good on everything we need to be good on, and we've overproduced sound quality. So the only concern, I guess, is the next market phase. They want something new, like a display, and we'll need to refactor that in. And in that case, overproducing the sound quality is wasted against putting a screen in instead. It seems quite likely to me that the sound quality and battery life things are always going to increase. They did with the calculator. So it seems likely they're always going to want more. I think we go for it like this. It is a 5-star rating, and the profit looks like it's still going to be good despite that. Go for it. We've made the new Blaster 1. We should prepare production for it. Okay, need to sell 15 cassette players in a week. Can we? Yes, we can sell up to 25. Excellent. Should we just stop with calculators then? Is there any point in keeping this going? I think it just takes up too much space, so I'd rather... And we've got enough money, I might just wipe it all out and start again. Though that seems like a bad idea. We've got what we want here, haven't we? Let's flip everything over. We're going to make the new Blaster 1 on 3 assembly benches. And then let me move them so I can get my head organised around this. 1, 2, 3 assembly benches. With some shelving nearby. I don't know, maybe that'll help. We need to provide them with monophone speakers. Sure, Lumo, that concept we have worked with before. You don't need... If you're only selling 1 a week, you could just wait 15 weeks to sell 15 in a week if you hold them back. I doubt that'll be too much of an issue for us. We'll see how it goes. 2 speakers to 1 stack to 1 case every 1.6 days. The fractional days here are very annoying. Wish it was always 1 or 2 days, but okay. 2 speakers to a stack to play every 1.6 days. One thing at a time. We need 3 cases every 1.6 days, which is a case every half day-ish. And we make a case every day per table. So we need 6 tables making plastic cases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get them moved into little pockets. Let's lay out for all these shelves and stuff. That'll do. And then all these pillars and stuff in the way. Typical production hall, always got pillars in the way. 2 and 3 just to keep things squarish. That could be used somewhere else. We'll keep that safe for a minute. Okay. Next thing we need is a battery stack. We've got 3 benches, so 1 every half day. Battery stack is made 1 per day, so we need 6 benches making battery stacks. This takes quite a lot to do. Lucky we got so much tutorial money given to us. 3 of them. And then can we fit that in there? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. We put the shelf there, they don't get blocked in. That seems fine. Good enough. Battery stack and someone to staff it. There we go. So the final element we need even more of. We need 6 monophone speakers every... So 2 monophone speakers every half day. And a monophone speaker is made 1 per day. Oh dear. So we need... head. Try this again. 2 every half day. 4 per day are needed. No. Am I bad at math? 3 benches. We're making 6 in that time frame. Which means, yeah, 2 every half day. I may have got the math completely wrong all then. Oh well. 1 per day. So 2 benches make 2 per day. 4 benches make 2 per half day. Yeah, I think I have got them wrong. 4 benches. I think I've overdone it. Not that that really matters. And 1 more, I guess I can share. Or something. Put him in the corner. He can deal with it. On the phone, someone. And you need a member of staff. Okay. This is what I meant by brain melting. The longer we went on. They need ingredients feeding into them. Look at that in a minute. I just want to revisit whether I got this wrong. The bench makes 1 per day. It's the same all over the place. Every one of these is making 1 per day. So if I can convert, how many do I need per day? When it comes to plastic cases, we've got 3 benches. We need 3 every 1.6 days. That's slower. So 2 benches would be enough. Yeah, I've overdone it. A lot. That's fine. We'll convert some. So we'll leave 3 doing cases and 3 doing that. So the 6 in the middle will turn into the bits we need to do this. Which are coils and metal sundries. Coils are made from metal and plastic. That's simple enough. So turn you into coils. You make 5 per day. We need 2 per day per bench. So 2, 4, 6, 8 per day. So we need 2 benches doing coils. There we go. Then, starting over here, I need metal sundries. That makes 10 per 2 days, so 5 per day. And we need 5 per day per table. So same number of tables there. Metal sundries, sundries, sundries and sundries. So numbers should all be correct, but probably aren't, because, you know, I love games full of math, but I'm not good at math, so it sometimes goes wrong. We'll live with it. We need to set up the rod production to feed the tinker tables. Rods are turned into screws for some reason. So each of them needs 5 rods every 2 days. This makes 5 rods every day. So each rod table feeds 2. Need 1 more rod table. Need a little shelf for them to work on. Extra shelves might help, but I don't think we're particularly pressed at the moment. Make that. Hire staff. There's a lot going on. How many logistics staff do we have? We have me and 1 other. Let's add another just to be safe. Make sure everything gets moved around efficiently. We've got the money, so why not? Our optional tasks. Oh, I should have read that first. Do not stop the calculator production. I don't have enough space to have 3 assembly tables doing our cassette players and not stop the calculators. How do I do that? I guess... can we, like, buy this building? Yes. Okay. That's how we do it. We'll leave this mess in here for a second. Let me set up... It says don't stop it, and I have stopped it, but I assume if I restart it, we'll be okay. We need an assembly, just a tiny bit of calculator production. Scarlet calculus revision. Let's not worry about ratios on this one, because I don't really care. So I'll have 4 tables. That layout isn't great. What if I... That blocks the doorway. Helpful. Move you to there. Box you all in together. And put a couple shelves in the middle. Sure. Could do more. Why not? Got money to burn. Some shelves I can pick from. 1 of each thing needed. LED matrix, battery, plastic case, and... I can't remember. Circuit? Simple circuit? Yeah. Okay, hire people to come do these things. And then we're going to need a... Luckily this building has its own delivery area, so if we put a pallet over here, we can buy in everything we need, which is plastic, electronic parts, chemicals, that's all. Something ain't right there. These need circuit boards making, so we do need 1 extra table making circuit boards. Might be healthy to have 2 of them, but whatever. Put that there. Hire a person to do the work. They need plastic and metal, so I need to add metal. And then I need, over here in this building, a logistics person to move all that around. And that can go slowly, but as long as it goes, we have got calculated production active. And that optional objective is completed. They'll get themselves going, and then in this building we are making cassette players, allegedly. Need to tidy up what's going on here. We don't have calculators anymore, get rid of them. We do want our new Blaster 1 to live in here. But we do need more storage than that. Okay, let's... can I cancel that? No. Too late. We cancel all the buy orders here. It'll hold the intermediates and the finished thing. And I'll maximise as much as we can, so that we can get our throughput high enough. And then I'm going to buy a second courier pallet for this room, where we'll do the buy orders, which in this room should have made a note before I closed them. Plastic, metal, chemicals, plastic, metal and chemicals. See how that goes. Oh, they've stored a bunch of stuff here. They shouldn't be doing that.
CEO TV with breaking news. Buckle up. These are hard times for CEOs. but this one just scraped by.
Just scraped by, did I? Okay. We've solved the cassette players for that stage. We can look at the next thing in a minute. My understanding from earlier tutorials was they don't put things into the pallet unless you add a rule for them. That is clearly not true. Because I've put some stuff in here for some reason. I don't know why. But I guess we just leave it for now. And that's fine there. That's making them and selling them. They're making calculators, I guess, and that's going to take care of itself, actually. We need to add. Need to add our calculator to that pallet so we can sell those. There we go. Good. Money is being made. I did want to check. I got multiple achievements for completing that. Can I see why? We got the first trophy from this mission. 23.5% of players made it this far in the game. Okay, that's a lower number than I'd expect. I think this is definitely a brain melter. What's this? Oh, we did that without going into negative money. There's a lot of money we were given. That seems not too difficult. Cool, good. Achievement. Mr. Valiant has turned up. Monsieur Valiant, sorry. Another of the corporate people ruining the town, I assume? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So to get our next trophy on this mission, we need to unlock the pocket computer market. We also optionally should advance calculator market to phase 5 and cassette player to phase 3, all of which will lead to us needing more space for them to work in, because they'll need extra bits adding. So we're probably going to scale down cassette player production in order to make the space to make pocket computers. Be my assumption. We can probably squeeze our calculators over this side and make a hall here to move some of that over. We'll juggle it around. Let's look at the market. One thing at a time or my brain will melt. So let's do calculators. No. They're not ready to level up. I guess we're going to level up cassette then. Go for it. There we go. So the new requirement for cassette is 3 sound quality, 1 battery life, and weight and fragility limits. So the design that we did at the previous level is already a 5-star at this level. No need to discount. Nothing to change. Nice and easy. Love it. Just got to sell 50 of them. We can progress that again and get that option done. Calculator, we need to sell 15 more. We can progress that. We also got some discovery points for doing that. So we go here. We need 150 discovery points to unlock Pocket Computer. So that means you kind of have to level up the other markets, the optional objectives, in order to get the points. I guess they might not be so optional. Weird. Maybe you could progress just the calculator and skip the other optional. That might be something. Don't know. Anyway, we are selling calculators. They're in there. Monday's about to come round. Out they go and we get money. Good. That is happening. And I assume we're also selling our cassette players. Good. Fine. Just a waiting game then. Get the numbers sold so that we can level up again. It's going to be calculator first. Ready for that. What do we think is going to happen? They're going to want... They already want a better battery life than what we're offering. I guess we don't have to design a new one. Calculator to level 5. So we could just discount this one and keep selling it. Maybe. Enough to just get the level and not worry about it. Yeah, it's an option. I guess it depends how bad this one is at the next stage. Eight more to sell. How are we doing here? Everything balanced enough? Yeah, whatever. Don't feel the need to perfect it or anything. keep this going full speed for now. I guess if we can make a really simple pocket computer in order to get the objectives done, then maybe we'll do that in the little space. An option. Monday's coming round. We're going to sell 4 more calculators. There we go. 4 more to go. What do we see in sales or something? So last week we sold 4 out of a potential 22. That's what that bar is showing. Nice. Revenue wise, I don't think that's the cap. That's just the highest we had. That's nice visual. Yeah. Cool. We get 1 more calculator on there before the end of Sunday. Please. No. No, we can't. We have to wait another week to sell 1 more calculator. How are we doing on the other market actually? Because we are making cassette players faster. We need 1 more of them sold as well. Okay, we'll be able to progress both on the coming Monday. Just the weekend to get through. Couple cycles. I complained about the game we were playing yesterday not having a fast forward option. This one has a fast forward and I still want to complain it's not fast enough. Very impatient, aren't I? Okay, let's level up calculator. That didn't seem to make their expected features any worse. Just the same. The weight acceptability went up, so that's, I mean, getting easier, I guess. We're now at 2.5 for some reason. Oh, the processing power went up. They want more of that. So if we add, well, 10% discount adds a star. So we add 20% discount. Or is it like the color of the number changes? That's kind of nice. So if you're at 0, it's like grayed out. No, what am I missing here? Not sure what is going on there, but the number on the discount bar seems to like change colour when it's actually going to affect something. Maybe I was imagining it. But it seemed to be... Oh, you got like a fractional amount as well, I see. It's not in like 1-star chunks. Oh, I see. But there we go, we can have a 4.5 rating and sell... Well, we're not actually making that many. I don't know how many we're making, but it's probably not 13 a week. It was like 4, right? So if we went full price and we're only able to sell 9, that's still good, because we're only making 4. So we just leave it as it is and try and sell 50 of them slowly. I'll probably get impatient and change that, but let's take a look at cassette players. We're going to get the optional done by hitting this phase, which I guess in this mission is the last one. That's disappeared. They now want 4 sound quality, so we've dropped to 3.7 stars. But we're not going to be making 23 a week, so that's fine. What were we doing? 9 a week? 9 or 10? So we leave it at full price, I think. I don't want to progress until I've done the optionals, so even though we could unlock the pocket computer market now, we're going to wait until we level up calculator. Therefore, I would like to make calculators quicker. What are we missing to do that? I don't really want to do the math, but it's consuming... I think we're overproducing, right? This is consuming every 1.8 days. 1 every 1.8. All of these are making 1 per day. Except for this, which makes 5. So how many of them are we consuming? 2 per day. And 2 per day. Like 5 per day. So that's good. So if we just added another... Clicking in the wrong button all the time. Another assembly table. Again, I'd like to squeeze this down a bit, maybe. Put it out of the way. Let's try. Another assembly table making Scarlet Calculus Revision. We should have close to enough materials to do that. I'm going to move you next to your friend, give you your own shelf. Then we're going to move you. Someone else first, actually. Move you. Don't want to block anything in. Let's try this corner. You there, you there. You there. A couple of shelves around the place. Fit you there. There's still a walkway. Your shelf there. And then can I fit you around here without... No, not without blocking something in. Oh, but the delivery area doesn't... We don't need all of it. There you go. Whatever. It's a mess, but it'll work. And calculators will come in a little bit faster. Maybe up to twice as fast, but probably not that fast. Keep time fast forwarding. Be fine. If we have doubled, we need to make sure we've got storage space for it. Let's add 8 storage spaces here. And again, they've thrown a bunch of LED matrices in here when I don't think they should be. Like, I don't quite understand that. How do I guess I have to reserve every slot for something else to prevent them from doing it. Interesting. Or maybe I need to force the output to be a shelf and not the pallet, potentially. Can we see in zone mode what is using the pallet? Yeah, and it's fine. It's just saying it's supplying raw material out. Or, no, it's saying it's just connecting shelves. That doesn't particularly help. Yeah. Whatever. Still don't get what that number means. Like it was saying a 2, what? It's like it's something I should be looking at because it's giving me the number flashing on it, but I don't know what. There's no buttons to click. There's... I mean, a new week came round. Is it just telling me that I can look at the new data? Not sure. Won't worry about it too much. These guys are done, right? Like I don't see a need to change the design, and we've hit the level we need, so why don't I clear the working space? We can either do the pocket computers in here, or I clear the space. Let's clear the space. So I'm going to move that pallet over, and we'll need a new one. Be fine. And then minimize what we're actually keeping. Accidentally lent on the spacebar there. So I have one of everything. Case. Facing the right way. One speaker thing. Although the ratio is 2 to 1, so let's have 2 speaker thing. 1 battery. Oh, that won't matter because I'm not going to keep enough of these things, am I? 1 rod for 2 metal stuff. 1 coil. That should be enough. And then everything else that's here we're going to reuse for the pocket computers when we unlock that. Just going to get a few shelves dotted around over here. Somewhere. That'll do. Maybe one more in the corner there. And then this needs to be given rules or they're going to make a mess of it. Obviously we needed chemicals, plastic and metal. I think that's it. Electronic parts maybe. And then we're selling new blaster 1 in every other slot we can fit, 14 of them. And that forces them to clear them out into shelves. It's kind of nice. Good. I think they should get themselves up and running in a minute. They're going to need more logistics people though, as I've moved all the work over here. That's in this menu. There we go. Oh, I kind of want to move them actually. Is that an option? From here, this zone. Can I fire myself? Oh, remove him. Yeah, remove. And then come to this zone and take idle. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That works. Everything in here. Is there like a button to just clear it out? Do nothing? Yes. No recipe. Stop making a mess. We'll give you a new job in a minute. We'll pay our staff to do nothing for a while because we're lovely like that. Good. It's ready to be reset up. Might want to tidy it up a bit. I don't know. That even matters. We'll do that. Easier to find what we're doing next. Put them in there, put that in there. I don't know. About there, maybe. We'll need more shelves around the place. We'll deal with that in a bit. Something wrong with the courier routes. Right. Because there's like this stuff and we're not actually making it anymore. I'll keep these things, although it'd be nice if there was like a button to just... Oh, you can just delete them? No, we can put them into my hands. That's... And then delete them for here. You can delete them there. Okay. Huge waste of money probably, but whatever. We'll live. Those things we could sell actually. Matrix and battery stack. Matrix, sell. Battery stack, sell. And in this one, battery speaker case. Battery, sell all them. Good, that's cleared out. Get rid of that. Getting somewhere. Where are we on the markets? Calculator, we need to sell 7 more and we can get that objective done and move forward. Need a week to cycle around and they'll probably do it. Yeah, there's plenty there. Good. And it'll also tidy this up at the end of the week. We can get this room ready. Cool. We are getting there. Yeah, them out ready, and here we go. No. One more calculator needs selling. There wasn't enough in there. Okay. Is it? Yeah, we're nowhere near. Ah, that's interesting. It's the cap on the market, not our potential. Yeah. We could have sold more if we had them ready. And typically we would have had one more ready. Oh well. There we go. We just have to wait for Monday to roll around again. There we go. Progress that phase, which is the last one. It means that we've now got a really rubbish calculator we're making. Doesn't meet anything people want. Can only sell 3 a week. We're making more than that, so let's discount until 7 can be sold. Bit of safe room, we'll go with 8. Okay, so we discounted and we'll keep selling a relevant amount of the old stuff, so to speak. We can progress the objective. Got enough points. There we go. We can make pocket computers. Monsieur Vaillant is here to say, well done. What just happened? We completed the objective, I didn't even read it. Really? And people are just... This law I don't think is really necessary, but there we go, they blah 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 a bit. Yeah, we completed the 3rd objective and I didn't even read it. Don't even know if we got the optionals. How does that happen? Just out of curiosity, did I miss an achievement for that? What level was this? Rising markets. Ooh. Can you not... Ah, there we go. Find the search bar. Oh, lovely. 29 hidden achievements. So I don't know if I missed an achievement there. I'll have to look it up later. Interesting. I'll have to look up what those objectives were. Oh, is they here? Here we go. It's, oh, earn 10,000 in a week. So yeah, the optionals were probably set up a pocket computer production line, which we didn't have time to do because we made too much money too quick. A bit annoying. Oh well. Back to the mission map. That's 3 trophies on all the missions that matter, and we'll ignore that time trial one for a bit. Our next mission, Extra Life. Found the perfect location for our last training lesson. 4 tutorial missions and twice as many real missions. That's not great balance of tutorial to game, but I kind of feel like these tutorials are the game, really. Show you how to become independent. The old arcade halls. We're going to be producing 30 game devices with a market appeal of 4 or higher. I do like game devices. Finish 5 company goals. Don't know what a company goal is, so I guess we're going to learn that. And sell 10 game devices for at least 1900 cash. We're going to make big money making the next PlayStation, I guess. Game device. Might be a handheld. I mean, hey, let's start and find out. My brain hasn't melted yet. We can do a little bit more. Bob Laser is here. He owns this arcade hall. Closed down after kids grew more interested in all the newfangled tech. Okay. Gotta find a way to reach out to the kids. Our objectives are... Ooh, that's interesting. I'm cutting off the last one. Produce 10 game devices in a week. Design a game device blueprint. Yep, that will be necessary. Have 3 assembly tables doing it. That's the scale we want. And set a sell order for game devices. Right, because we could produce them without selling them, I guess. Weird, but yeah, sure. Our production room is a bit funky. Looks like you can't build in the middle bit from where the floor is the zone. Delivery area both ends. Are there any other buildings to purchase? No. No. Okay, fine. This is all we've got. 2 big halls either side though. It seems good. We're going to need to design one first, I guess, so that we know what we're building. Let's blueprint design. Create new game device. We have 3 different case options. Metal is an option now. Metal case would be expensive. We would need 40 cash worth of metal and plastic parts, which you make from plastic. 6 plastic parts, from what I remember, would be 1 plastic, so it's not too expensive. Not expensive that much at all, really. Adds style, adds a lot of weight, adds negative fragility. Negative fragility, that's a good thing. And negative heat loss is a good thing. People care about the amount of data storage, the sound quality, the battery life, the display fidelity, and the processing power of their game devices. Yep, I agree. We can go up to 3 weight and 2 fragility, so the metal case would help with the fragility, but impact the weight. So far we haven't really had a fragility issue, have we? The speakers were quite fragile, which is relevant. Let's do metal case. I think that'll be safest. If we can always wind back and design something different, can't we? Let's have a look. Oh, that's nice. Little flip up. The fold boy, the wide play, or the cutie brick. Oh, now that's nice. I don't know about you, chat, but I think we need to make a cutie brick. Any preference on colour? Thunder Emerald isn't bad. I do like these colours on the classy white. Deep Fire's very vibrant. I think that's a pretty good one. Might go for that. A deep fire QT brick. Sure. Let's go for it. We do not know a lot of modules. That's interesting. Very interesting. I can only pick a display and a power supply. We might need to do some kind of research or something to get more modules. Okay. It's not got a minimum star amount to complete any of our objectives, so I guess we can make a mediocre one that doesn't do what people want. I assume we're going to need the best screen. I don't think there's any good location for that, that's fine. That gives us sufficient fidelity on the display, and fragility's all good, weight's okay. Battery life, need a 1 at least. Where do I see what they had? I'm blind. Down there, features. So 1 battery stack would do that without hurting us too much. And that's all we've got. So I can't give them any sound or any processing power or any data storage, which isn't good. Not sure I'd buy one of these QT, whatever they were called. This game device. Don't know. There's no point in me over-developing this because we're evidently going to need a new one pretty quick. That's probably a story point they're going to put in. So we just build this most basic one to progress and then improve later, I think. Could make it even more basic. Like, because of the benefit of the metal case, we could remove the LED matrix and have 2 LED arrays. Meets the display fidelity request, and we still have sufficient weight and fragility to not worry. And they're easier to make. Cheaper even. So that makes a lot of sense. What about the battery wise then? If we can get to 1 battery by having the cheapest available option. 2 chemicals, that's single cell batteries are cheapest available. Gets us there. We're good on the weight. We're good on the fragility. I don't think we even needed the metal case either to worry about it. So can we go back? Yeah. Simplify it with a plastic case? Or how do I change that? Clear the design? Doesn't... Oh, it does change it. Oh, there we go. Had to cycle around a bit for some reason. But there we go. Change to plastic case. Put in 2 single cell batteries and 2 LED arrays. And we're still good on weight and fragility, and we meet the only things we can meet, so I think that's the best we can do. Market appeal is not good. 1.6. So I guess we have to discount it or just sell a handful of them to begin with until we can unlock better modules. I assume that's where we're going. A research menu we haven't seen yet to unlock better modules. This is the name we can randomize. Good. I don't think I can come up with a good name myself. What do we think? What's a good name for a game device? The OK Arcade Lite. Kind of like that. Because it's only OK. The Hideous Box number 1. Okay. I think that works because this is not a good gaming device. Good. Now we need to set up production of it. They want us to do 3 assembly tables, which is kind of overkill, I think. So we might do 3 but not feed them enough. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's 3 that are making the Hideous Box number 1. And let's give them a little shelf to work from. 1 enough? Let's do 2. Let's do what we were having before, so like tell it to inputs from the left, output to the right. Left, output, right. There we go, get better at clicking. Good. I need people. Don't want to pay the people yet until I've got my head around everything. I'll tell you what, pause. That'll help. Then bring the people in there. Need to make single cell batteries and LED arrays, twice as many as the plastic cases. The production speed here is 2 days. Nice. Round numbers. I love round numbers. So we're making 3 per 2 days. So we need 3 cases every 2 days. We make 1 per 1 day per table. So 3 tables would make 3 per day, which is twice as much as we need. So we need 1.5 tables. Fine. Let's have your... Is that the way round to have it? Yeah, I think so. Just have a table missing there. It's not needed. You're making cases. And let's do the same ins and outs. Be specific to make things tidy. Okay, next bench. We might as well back it all the way up. You're going to be single cell batteries, which we need. Work this out. 2 per 2 days each. So that's 1 per day. Yes, 1 per day. So 3 per day in total. Makes 1 per day per table. So 3 tables. And I'm sure it's going to be the same for the next thing. So you're making single cell battery. You're making LED array, which makes 1 per day. Yep. Good. I need to hire a bunch of people. Keyboard shortcut, don't see one. I think it did say there was though, I can't remember it. No big deal. More shelving all over the place. We're good on money, I'm not worried about that. In on the left, out on the right. We just need to set up the logistics of getting what they need delivered to them. We do here in the work zone. I'd kind of like to split it ahead of time because I know I'm going to add a new zone on this hall. Just extend that into the delivery areas as well. So half the building's one zone, half the building's a different zone, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be relevant later. And if I'm wrong, then so be it. In the manatee zone, I am going to do logistics and I'll hire a helper. Lisa Petrov is going to help me move the boxes around. Seems good, seems set up. We just need to do the last thing it's telling us to do in the optionals. Get a courier pallets ready. Let's have 2. So you are going to buy in the raw stuff we need, which is electronics, chemicals, and plastic. Electronics, chemicals, and plastic. Don't need 2 pallets actually, there's so little involved, but I think keeping my head on straight might be nice to separate. So hideous box number 1 goes on this pallet, and we'll reserve the entire pallet for that with a sell order to sell all of them. And that completes the last optional objective. All the optionals done. We just need to produce 10 game devices and we will progress, whatever that means. Unpause then. There we go. Get everyone to work. Delivery will come in the morning. Our logistics people will take them out to the shelves. There we go. Stuff is being made. A few batteries come down. And the first hideous box number 1 has been assembled. Now they're stood around doing nothing. Oh, it's on the shelf, okay. Couple on the shelf. Now they're going on the pallet. Lovely. We have made 2. Monday comes around, out they go. We haven't broken even yet, but we've started selling a really, really bad handheld game device. Got to start somewhere, I guess. Need to produce 10 in the week, actually, don't we? Are we going to manage that? I think we are. I mean, it wouldn't advise us optionally set up 3 tables if 3 wasn't enough, I guess. And we are feeding them at full speed, so yeah, we'll get there. Got another day to make one. All good. Success is represented by success points. Well, God, I wish someone had told me that. I'm a bit old these days to know. How many success points do I have in life? How do I see this? You gain success points when you accomplish a goal. Okay. But first you need to declare a goal. Well, I'm not very good at that. Really not good at that. You need to commit to the path you want to take. Yeah, okay. In-game, we can do this. Declare up to 3 mid-term objectives and earn rewards upon their completion. Completing goals is rewarded with success points. In most cases, permanent passive effects. I like passive effects. Commit to the goal and you have until the next deadline to complete it, or its progress will reset. Okay, so it's not like a fail, it's just try again. Deadlines fall at the end of quarter. Cancelling a goal has no penalties other than resetting. That's nice. Nice and casual. I like that. Success points are granted immediately on completion, are spent to unlock new equipment. I like new equipment too. Passive effects are only granted after a deadline. Right, so you complete it and then at the end of the next quarter you get your passive effect. Got it. Open the company goals panel. Commit to goals if there's a free slot, which there is. There aren't many goals available, so I guess we know which one we're going to be doing. We're going to sell 20 products. And if we don't get it this quarter, we get to try again next quarter. I like this. I do like this. Going a little too fast. Allow me to clarify a few things about the goals. Available ones are on the left. Yeah, we saw that. I mean, if we made it this far in this game, I don't think we need the tutorial to be quite so basic. Yeah. End of quarter, yeah. I understand what a quarter is. If the progress reaches 100%, you receive points. Yep, you just told us all this. Now try and complete it. Okay, we're well on our way. We've sold 5. The optionals here are sell game devices. I don't know what else we would sell. I guess component pieces. And have an active goal. So we're going to get these optionals just fine by completing a company goal. We're halfway there already. And we've got 55 days left. I think we'll be good. In fact, that's a lot of hideous boxes. We can only sell 4 a week because of the market. We need to discount a lot. How many are we making? Oh, what? 5 a week? Why have we got so many stored up if we're only making 5 a week? We just cut the discount back a bit. To 8 is fine. Play it safe. Sales of 5. Oh, because we were capped at 5. Now that we're capped at higher, we're selling more. Okay, I need to increase the cap so that I can see how many we're trying to sell. It's a little awkward. I think we might maximize it because we're producing pretty fast. Maximum is at 34% discount. Just still making plenty of profit. And we can sell up to 20, and that should clear through our stock a bit quicker. We won't have any issues there. Good. When Monday rolls around, we will complete our company goal. And get 50 success points. Good. That feels successful. Okay. After we've earned, we can spend them getting new equipment. Sure. There's no new goals or anything, I guess. Tutorial, you know. Fancy new tools when we get the necessary stuff. This is in business development here. Okay, this is not research. It's going to add new modules. This is an analysis desk. Okay, what does the tutorial say? Most items require the predecessor to be unlocked. Unlock the analysis desk. This table can analyze modules up to tier 5. There's a big old list of modules. It analyzes them. Don't know what that means. Unlock it. What is it with this outdated device? Yeah, it's a bit... Anishka. We're in training, of course. Blah, 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 blah. Research points are generated by analysing... Right, that's how we do research then. Okay. Good. Analyse modules at an analysis table. Up to 6 module types can be selected. So that's kind of good. If you've got that like trickle of surplus of something, you can feed it into research. But I prefer production lines where there's no surplus. They pick up modules from the closest storage to analyse and destroy them, so you don't want them going and picking it up from your production lines if your production lines are perfectly balanced, which they never will be, but you know what I mean. If it's close, I don't want them interfering. So, this phase, we're going to place an analysis table, select the analysis table, select 3 modules we're going to analyse, and hire someone to analyse them. Right. Where's that? In research. Analysis desk. You're going to live in this side of the building, so you can't interfere. Click on you. Yes, you look a bit different. We're going to research... Oh, it tells you different... What do they do? Research data 1. Research data 1 and data 2. Could have done with fancier names, I guess, but okay. The most productive is an LED matrix. So do we want the most productive stuff, I guess? Well, they're harder to make though, aren't they? There's nothing that does just research data 2. Is weird. So I guess we do all the things that do both. Be most productive. And hire a researcher who has a very fancy outfit. Yeah, it's very nice. Like that. Blah, 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 blah. We need some more research stuff. It should be a company goal about earning research points, which will help us progress this whole thing. Let's get that active. Definitely won't complete it in this quarter, but maybe in the next. Earn 100 research data 1. So we need to complete that goal and expand module production by 3 tables, which I was intending to do anyway. So we've separated the 2 zones. They can't take modules from the blue zone. So we'll have the green zone be just research, and we'll produce modules specifically for research. And that is my preference. Keep things separate, keep them organised. So we need to make matrices, arrays, and enhanced battery cells. Array, matrix, enhanced battery cell. To make the array, we just buy electronic parts. To make... Hello? Lumo is saying, analysing modules doesn't cost you money directly, but will reduce profitability by several hundred monies per table. Because we could be selling the modules instead. Yeah, but, I mean, fine. We're paying salary and upkeep on tables and stuff like that, I guess. Research costs, which is standard behaviour. To make the LED matrix, we need circuit boards and parts which we buy, so circuit boards need to be made. And then to make the enhanced battery, we need plastic parts and chemicals. So plastic parts and whatever the other one was. Plastic parts and circuit boards. Circuit boards need metal and plastic, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about the balance of speed. I'm pretty sure we'll hit the whatever we needed with the minimum amount. See how it goes. Give you guys some shelving. I don't think you need much. Just put a small shelf here. More than that. Just put some corner shelves in the mix. So one rotated differently. Like that. One at the end. And maybe one next to the desk here. That could be good. Why don't we do that and then set the output specifically so they'll go and put them next to the research desk. We can minimise the amount of logistics needed over here. Just have one person maybe. Fine, they need staff. Let's bring them in. And we need to make a pallet here to buy from. Which needs plastic, chemicals and metal. And then I would like one logistic person to put them on shelves for us. That's completed our optional objective anyway. We made 3 tables as they wanted. It's unavoidable, I guess, if you're going to feed 3 things in. I suppose you could select 3 things and then feed 1 in. It is possible to do. And probably more efficient as well. Just feed the most valuable 1 in. We can play around with that more when we're not on the tutorial for it. Seem to be doing well selling our game devices. We can't level the market up, which is interesting. Maybe that'll happen later in the mission. But cool. Are we like making a profit as a business? Kind of. I bought a lot of stuff, but our income is pretty good. We are analysing. We have made 30 research data. Oh, it shows in the top right here. Can you... Yeah, my face is not over that. 30 level 1, 40 level 1 and 20 level 2 we have so far. When is... yeah, we've got like 2.5 months to get to 100 of the first type. We are analysing quicker than we're producing, though. These guys don't have enough. Right, that would be why I didn't buy electronic parts, which are required. That might help. Speed a few things up around here. Good. There we go. We have generated data. Let's unlock the research desk. So you have an analysis desk to get research points, and then you need a research desk to spend them, I guess. Research needs... You need some research points and you need some success points. Unlocked. Set up and assign an employee to it. Kind of big. So what do we do next? Gradually put research points into new technology to unlock new modules. New modules. Good. That's how we get new modules. That's what I expected. Makes a lot of sense. I like it. Currently research technology is chosen somewhere else in the research panel. So what's the point? We'll see, but okay. Order by tiers and so on and so on. You can queue them up. Okay. And now you're going to repeat everything you just told us. Yep. Gradually convert research points into progress. Why do you need a desk to do that? Got it. One of the following things. Simple circuit gives us processing power. Small register bank gives us storage. Beeper will give us audio. Those are things people want in their gaming devices. Research, adds that, add that, add that. So we go to research menu. We could research a strengthened case. Cool. Better battery. But let's get simple circuit, small register bank, and beeper for now, as instructed. Yeah, what's the point of the person in this process? What is having the desk and the person adding to this get up? We have the points, we have the things to research, points go into them gradually. Why not just like an option in the research menu of how much money you want to spend to do it? More money means more quick. I guess it takes up space in the building, adds some meaning to it. You have to concern yourself with that. Okay, maybe. Current rate of research should be fine, no need to expand, if you say so. Let's unlock some table upgrades. Most modules can be crafted at more than one type of table. Some of them faster than others. We saw that in the time trial we did. Yep, upgrading crafting tables works when a recipe is selected. Oh, cool. So you can pick a table that's got a recipe and you can upgrade it to a relevant improved desk if you have them researched. Or not researched, developed in business development. We're going to need more success points. Okay. Company goals. Analyze to get research data. That 300 in a quarter. Probably won't do it in this half quarter that's left, but in the next quarter we might get that done. And sell 50 products, that's going to happen naturally over time. Let's get them progressing. All my little messages down underneath my face. Completed a goal, did the progress, researched this, researched that, sure. We are moving forward. Next stage of the tutorial. Complete one of the company goals, unlock the basic workbench. Yeah, I remember that one. And then upgrade one of our tinker tables to be a basic workbench. Okay. First we need to complete one of the goals. It's probably going to be the sell the products one in this quarter. I think we can do 50 in 36 days. What is 36 days? It is 1, 4, 5 weeks. We can do up to 20 in a week, yeah. Or we're currently doing somewhere between 7 and 11 in a week. Should be possible to get there. If we could go a little faster, it would be better. There's Beeper researched. The points are still rolling in, we've got hundreds. So I guess we keep researching, even though it didn't tell us to, and then we can get better stuff. What matters? I'm not sure the strength in case matters to us at the moment. Stuff people cared about. Do we get the speaker? So these also give us the market discovery points. There's a lot of currencies to remember in this game. Discovery points would be gained by researching them too. It's interesting. It's a tier 4 thing. What's like the simplest thing? The case. Okay. Let's get the better logic circuit next. Then things that look affordable, I guess, based on what we're earning. Which... okay, strength in case. Let's go for it. Then monophone speaker might be achievable. The other stuff. Register array. Better battery. We'll see how many of them we actually unlock during this mission and how many we don't get through. But hey, I'm in no rush, so we might get them all done. A lot of people stood around doing nothing. Could add another analysis desk to make these not stand around doing nothing. Don't think it really matters. Oh, we can also permit them to store more here. Then they will store more there. That helps. Still, they're going to back up eventually, but I don't think we need another analysis desk at the moment. We will get the research data in the next quarter, pretty sure. If we don't get the sell the 50 in this one, we'll definitely get it in the next one. Certain. Logistics looks fine, nothing to fiddle with, just waiting to achieve one of these things. Okay, fine. There is a bit of waiting around in the game, I guess. It's okay, I think, pacing wise. Not hating it, which I often do with games. So far, really enjoying it. As I've said it before, not sure I'll make it to the end of the campaign because brain may melt, but so far I am enjoying the game. Glad we gave it a go today. 1 week left to sell another 7. We should get that right. It's a typical amount. Monday's about to roll around. If we don't get it on this Monday, we won't get it because there's not another Monday in this quarter. We got it. Good. Good. Head to business development. Unlock the basic workbench. What else is here? Oh, they're not showing us everything in the game. They're just a few things, I guess. Chemistry table, electronics workbench, and medium shelf. Sure. Let's get the basic workbench then, and then upgrade 1. For example, it's saying the cases. That doesn't seem like the best option. Like the difference, as far as I remember, was 4 times faster. So a tinker table will make a case in a day. Workbench will make a case in a half day. No, it's not. It's just twice as fast. So if I upgrade you, I don't need you anymore. Though we could just leave that until it's relevant. Yeah, we'll leave that until it's relevant. Time to prepare our next fancy design. Okay. Couple new modules and better features. We can squeeze out a higher market appeal. Of course. Show that we can research, design and sell a respectable product on our own. We need to make a respectable one, chat. Not sure if we're capable of that. No rude words involved. Make a market appeal of 4 or higher. Right, so objectives. Optional, research the beeper, research a small register, research the simple circuits. Well, in the previous objective they told us to queue them up, so I'd be surprised if we hadn't got them done by now. Design one with 4. At the moment it's just design it. Okay. Create new game device. Let's use the metal case this time. We may benefit from it as we're adding more stuff. Still want a cutie brick. We'll still do it in the same colour. What was the previous one called? Hang on. The hideous box number 1. I'm just going to change the name now. This is the slightly less hideous box. Okay, edit. Metal case. Deep fire cutie brick. Okay, we're going to want a beeper. Oh, that's a big module. Have to, yeah. That gives us sufficient sound quality to make people happy. We're going to want the best screen we can do. That gives us a good enough fidelity. We're going to want some little storage. That's one of them's enough. I'm not sure this mission is going to be about the progression into future market, because it's more tutorializing the research. So I'm not too worried about overbuilding is my point. The logic circuit's an additional one we researched. It gives you 1 processing power, which is excessive at this point, so I think we'll keep it simple for now. And then we need a battery, which just about fits one that's strong enough to fill everything. So we'll meet everything people want without going over the drawbacks, without even going near the drawbacks. Get full appeal and be able to sell at full price. Should be nice, and it just about fits in this type of case. Good, the slightly less hideous box is designed, which is a milestone. Good. Final step of training. Okay, about time. Keep up a given production quota. 30 game devices with a market appeal of 4 or higher. Wouldn't mind a higher market appeal, but on we go. Okay. So one thing I would like to do is go to our work zones. We'll add a new one over here. So our research is going to stay in the green zone. And I've messed that up a little, but there we go. The pink zone over here is going to be our new one. There's a bit of room over here we might... Yeah, why don't we steal that as well? There we go. Just in case we need it. So we're going to continue making our rubbish design. Maybe ongoing, just to fill in the numbers. But we don't want it to compete too much with the good ones, so we'll have to balance that out at a later point. We do need to make this new one, so assembly here. There's no optional objectives here, which is interesting, but okay. Just produce 30 with an appeal of 4 or higher. So we don't even need to make the new one, because the old one is... no, it's not. They're not talking about market rating of 4 or higher, they're talking about market appeal of 4 or higher, so we should rip out the old one. That changes my plans, for sure. Let's bring the blue zone over everywhere, just in case. We're going to want to expand this out, so... can we afford... We've got enough money that we could just stop. That would help me. The slightly less hideous box is queued up on 3 benches. Still made it to 1 per 2 days, which helps with numbers, I hope. Each thing we're feeding in, we need 3 every 2 days. That's not easy math. I might simplify. Need to make 30. There's no time limit on that though. Let me get rid of one of these to help me work this out. And storage can stay there, that's fine. So 2 desks means we're making 1 per day, which means we need 1 of each thing per day. Good. Metal case, 1 per day. This bench will make 1 per half day. It's overkill. This bench will make 1 per day. That's perfect. That's doing that. In order to do that, it needs 6 plastic parts per day. This makes 10 per half day. That's overkill. Let's move this out the way. It's overkill. This bench here then, I'm stealing you. You are making plastic parts 10 per day. Which feeds into here. Excessive, but acceptable. Just move your storages closer. Retarget you, don't I? Let's leave them on automatic for a bit. Hopefully it just works. Let's clear them all then, so they can work on automatic storage targeting. And you guys. And you as well. Okay. That is making the case. Next up, battery stack. What do we need? Brain. 1 per day. That's what we're aiming for. Battery stack. One table makes 1 per day from plastic and chemicals. That's dead simple. 1 table does the whole thing. Let me put you there. You can work yourself out. Gonna need to work out what we're buying and stuff soon. Goal completed. No extra goals available. We could unlock more advanced tables, but I might leave that until we know like what we want or what's really going to help us. Moving these over. No, I'm not. Moving this table round. So that's battery and case, simple enough. Simple circuits. Simple circuits are here. They need 2 circuit boards. So that's 1 per day, 2 circuit boards per day. This makes 5 per day. 5 per day, so there's 3 per day spare. Does anything else use circuit boards? Yes, LED matrix, which uses a similar amount. So if we take the U and switch you to LED matrix, you'll share and you'll make 1 per day. Good. Then everything's actually, the numbers are turning out quite simple on this design and this production. It's kind of nice. Very nice. Makes it easier on the brain. We need small register bank and beeper still. Small register bank just needs electronic parts and metal. Beeper needs coils and plastic. So we're going to need something. Not the beeper, the other one first. Small register bank, that's the simple one. 1 per day. Tinker table. Making beeper. Makes 1 per day, needs 2 coils per day. Which this bench is overkill for. This bench can't even make that. We really don't need the upgraded bench until we try and make more. So we'll keep it safe for that point. But Keanu Lewis, can I unassign you from that? So that bench is just out of the way. Ready for later. If we don't just upgrade the ones we've got, we're just going to upgrade the ones we got. I'm going to refund that. There we go. We'll deal with that later. I assume we're going to want to scale up our production because it would be so easy. But, or I guess maybe we'll improve it. We've got that strengthened case there. Maybe we'll make something cooler later in this mission. But coils. 5 per day is double what we need. And I can assign my idleman there to come do it. Then we need to change this. We're no longer selling them. We're selling slightly less hideous box. Get rid of that. Maximize that. And then in this one, we need to buy in more materials we didn't have before. They need metal to make circuit boards and various other things. I think that's it though. Metal, plastic, chemical, electronics. Metal, plastic, chemical, metal, plastic, electronics, electronics, metal, plastic, metal, plastic. Don't mind me mumbling to myself the same 4 words 20 times. It was important. I promise. Okay. Things are moving. Some things are being produced. We might need more logistical help because there's so many more elements now. They can only carry one type of thing at a time. Let's do that because I assume it's important. Why have you got ZZZs on your head? You are unassigned. Okay. So can I assign to logistics in the Manatee Zone? Yep. Don't know how that happened. I must have deleted another bench for some reason. Yes, the assembly bench. Okay, that's how that happened. Good. I need 2. Very fancy game devices. Oh, they make good money too. In making slightly less hideous box. We're selling it at 1650, estimating 935 profit from that. Half of it? I mean, it's not like the most amazing profit margin ever, but as far as game devices go, that's a pretty good profit margin. Like 50%. Cool. We can sell up to 22 a day. Currently done 2. But production speed isn't bad, right? We're making 2 per day. It's not per day as well, that's per week. Got to remember that. 22 per week. We're making 2 per day. It's 14 per week. So it's not like that far off, but we could do more pretty easily with the space we've got. Might just wait and see what's next, because if we need to do a design, like it unlocks another tier of market and we need to do another redesign with what we're researching, the extra interesting stuff, then, you know, maybe we will. Our income's good, our research point income is good, but what we're researching is going slow, so I think an extra research desk would be not an awful idea. So let me get another scientist to slap his desk and we'll learn how speakers work. Could work, yeah, could be a thing. You guys are taking care of yourself just fine, from the looks of it. Yeah. You could have more storage there. Might be relevant. We're doing fine there. We're over halfway. Mission isn't going too bad. I think I'm starting to get the hang of the game. Not in a meaningful way. Not like we could go back and win that time trial level 3. I still don't know what I would do different there. But yeah, towards the end of the last tutorial mission now, and I don't feel completely lost in the game, so nice place to be, I think. Research is still slow. I'm not sure that made much of a difference. Don't know what do they do? Is it like they convert 1 unit per second or something? Don't know. Would like that to be a bit clearer, I guess. Seems to be about that. Somewhere in the region of each desk is adding 1 per second, and you know, costing you 12 monies per day. Could scale this up into the space, but I'm half expecting to use it for a more advanced gaming device. We'll see what comes. This is the end of the training, but I don't think we've got any of the trophies from this mission yet. So we still have those things to do. 2 more game devices needed. Oh, just 1. Slightly less hideous box. There's the first one.
More business buzz with Not Important. This company has been struggling, but recent figures look promising.
Very good. Yeah, that was the first thing. Make them. So we still need to do more goals and sell more with a slightly higher value than what we've got.
For my dancing lesson.
That's good. I got 2 achievements then again. So whatever the hidden side objective for the achievements was, we got that done. Blah 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 more blah. Yeah, just blah. Let me look at that achievement out of interest. This is extra life level, which... Oh, right, so because we did it with maximum appeal, the full 5, that's the achievement. 9% of players did that. That's quite a lot, actually. Considering how few made it past the previous level. Most of them kept going. That's a pretty good sign, really. Our next objective, and I really shouldn't stream too much longer, but brain isn't completely fried, so craft 200 modules. We can do that in a quarter. Right? I don't know how many we're making, but each of these desks is making modules, so a lot. And we've done the 4 previous ones already. So we just have to do that to get the second trophy. And then the third trophy, can we see... Yeah, there is a thing that shows you. Here, you bring this up. Okay, cool. Where... no. Where's the next one? There we go. With the... So 10 game devices worth... what was it? Like 1900. Go there. Go to... Yeah, this one. It just says 10 devices sold. It's not telling me the full detail. Okay. It was like with a value a bit higher than what we've got at the moment. We can't add value. How would we add value? Do we need to just add more modules, even though they're overbuilt? We've already got all the bonuses. We're not hitting the drawbacks. We can't progress the market to make them want more. So I guess you can still make money by overbuilding, even if it's not desired. So we're going to need to design something that's worth a bit more money. Which means we're going to need to research the extra valuable stuff. We've got the extra case, that'll help. And we just overbuild everything. Which we should get a head start on. Don't want to overdo it. The simpler we can do that and just get it done, the better. So let's go in here. A slightly less hideous box. Let's train new, actually. It's easiest with the strengthened case, because that, I assume, has more space. We're going to need more materials to do it. That's fine. Still going to have a deep fire QT brick called the okay-ish box. Or the... don't know. Yeah, okay-ish box is fine. We'll go with that. This does not look different to the metal case. And it... yeah, when you go backwards, it doesn't select the right one. Strengthened. Am I crazy here? 18 has 2 more slots. Oh, that's the metal. That's plastic. That's strengthened. And it does add more. Okay, there's strengthened. We're going to add all the things we need. So monophone speakers needed. LED matrix is needed. Small register bank is needed. We can upgrade to the logic circuit and have the battery stock. So that ticks all the boxes and goes over on processing power. The maximum price is what we're looking at. I'm pretty sure it's 1900, though I could be wrong on that. Not sure. So let's just try and add. What have we done so far? We upgraded the circuitry involved. Can we simplify that, actually? Use the one we've got, but add another. That's going to be the easiest way. So what here adds the most value? Is there anything that will add like 150 value? 135, 100, 80. No, yeah, matrix. Okay. So 2 displays becomes 2 fragile. Interesting. But the strength in case is reducing. It's not affecting the fragility like the metal one does. So we want the metal case, but we want to try and fit all this in it somehow. Okay.